Look at the cost on the bin, kill him!
Taking on gas, rapping.
Push through, too cool, they can take us. Breakthroughs, you know we don't want they afraid of.
Keep it slow. Time enough. No.
Ain't no stopping us, we impossible. Straight to the top. We the top dog.
Worth living for.
Friday Night Apex certainly has a ring to it. I can get used to that as we are live with day number 2 of 4 straight days of ALGS North American Pro League action. My name is Fallout, joined alongside Onset and Gaskin, two of the best in the business to do it. Happy Friday evening, everybody, and happy early Saturday morning to those joining from Europe, Middle East, Africa, Asia Pacific region. Thanks so much for tuning in. It is going to be an amazing day as we got ESA returning after dominating on top of their throne last time, and of course so many other teams. A lot to unpack here, but gentlemen, for starters, how are we feeling? Are we looking forward to today? Gaskin, start with you.
Yeah, can't wait for today. It was amazing yesterday to see all the players back in action once more, and I think it's going to get even more spicy today with some of the teams and from some of the predicted drop spots as well. I think there's going to be a lot of battles on Storm Point, and then, as always, I love when we move over to World's Edge. I don't know if Mark has the same kind of feeling, but he was the one who fed me that info, so I'm sure he does.
Hey man, look, I'm looking forward to today. I'm going to take my glasses off because I've got some serious concerns for teams off drops today. I think there's going to be some very interesting 50-50s, including some of our biggest teams in the lobbies. If it will happen when we get to tournament play, we'll have to wait and see, but there is potential for some spicy drops. The first bullets being fired might be some of the most important.
Yeah, well, speaking of teams in the lobby, let's take a look at Group C versus Group D participating today. We mentioned earlier ESA made history last time they were on broadcast. They're going to be back playing alongside Cloud9, Team Liquid, Fury, 100 Thieves, my opinion, the most stacked group that we have on the left side there. And, of course, they'll be playing against Group D, Sentinels, Torrent, Complexity, Space Station, heavy hitters in Group D as well. As we take a look at the maps also that will be on display throughout the broadcast, guess what? For those that maybe missed it, Storm Point added to the competitive Apex cycle here. So first 3 maps will be on Storm Point. Mark started to kind of allude to it. We're going to, of course, dive much deeper. But some potential 50-50s on Storm Point. We'll talk about that here in just a moment. First 3 games on Storm Point. Last 3 games on World's Edge. That's what's at stake. Those are the 2 groups that are competing. Those are the maps that we're going to be competing on. But, gentlemen, kind of high-level storylines. Walk me through some of the biggest ones. Onset, maybe start with you.
I mean, we have to mention ESA right at the start of things. I mean, a record-breaking performance, and the team that they broke the record of course, is also in this lobby in Sentinels. So it's going to be a very interesting lobby today. I think there's going to be some teams who are landing near to each other who like to fight, and they are some of the biggest teams in the lobby, like I mentioned, who are going to have either pop-off days today or maybe a little bit slower. I think we have a little bit more of a stacked lobby than maybe we saw yesterday, so I'm not expecting kind of the runaway teams at the top of the lobby with all the points. I think it's going to be shared out a little bit more today, but at the same time, I think the ESA are going to want to prove a point that whoever's in the lobby, they do not care one bit. They want to put up the same amount of points.
Imagine ESA says, Mark, hold my Friday night drink because I'm going to drop 125 points this time as opposed to 123 they dropped last time. But
I'm here for it.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I agree. It is a stacked lobby. That's kind of one of the big storylines. Gas, any other storylines you'd had?
I think what was interesting from that ESA performance was their use of Horizon. I know compositions is something that we chirp on about quite often, but are we going to see anyone else get intuitive with their selection? Are we going to see more kind of legends come into the equation that are very good with verticality? Horizon was clearly a huge pick for ESA, and then they switch over to Caustic when it comes to World's Edge. So there still is a little bit of legend selection to come through from these teams, and we'll see what happens in this lobby.
Yeah, are we going to see it? Well, guess what? You can see it, each and every one of you, from your favorite perspective, of your favorite pro, of your favorite team, courtesy of Multiview. For those that maybe have been living on a rock and did not hear, during Split 1 playoffs, we debuted Multiview, the ability to watch ALGS on 2 to 4 split-screen windows using the Command Center functionality on Twitch. The tool lets you watch the action from multiple viewpoints. You'll be able to choose which teams, which players, and by the way, you'll be able to hear their comms from each of those teams or players. Watch ALGS the way you want to watch it, of course. This is possible only if you're watching on the Twitch ALGS channel. So make sure to click the Command Center button below near the follow button and experience everything from the drop to looting, every strategic rotation, every clean wipe, every clutch play, every kill, every final moment with the teams that you want to check out. By checking out Multiview, of course, you can keep our blabbing heads in one of those Multiview feeds if you'd like to as well. Multiview is such a great addition to the competitive Apex broadcast, one of the best feats and features we've seen in all of esports, to be honest with you. So I'm a big fan, but I'd love to kind of continue the storyline train and continue talking about, like you said, some of the 50-50 spots, some of the legend compositions we're going to see from Stormpoint going over to World's Edge. Obviously, we see quite a difference in both of those. However, I'm also interested to hear who the teams to watch are. That's one of my favorite parts, is discussing the teams to keep an eye out for. I'm looking forward to the discussion. Mark, starting with you, we've already alluded to a historic performance that was had. Something tells me I know who you're starting with, but start us off here. Who are your teams to watch?
I mean, let's be honest with you. It would be criminal if I didn't mention a certain team who popped off, right? It's going to be Esports Arena. No surprise here. Duplex, Noct, and Skittle Cakes just went insane-o mode. I don't know what that is. It's a term I've just created, but this is what happened, essentially. They dominated. They destroyed. They set records. 123 points, 4 wins in their first week of action. It was just an absolute clinic. It just, everything they did, the rotations, the team fights, the spots that they found where nobody else was, it was amazing.
And as Mark alluded to earlier, Sentinels, who had that record previously broken, Esports Arena have now taken that away from them. Maybe they'll look to take it back, because Sentinels have been one of those amazing, aggressive teams who like to get involved in scraps and encounters. 55 points they had in match number 1. That had them in 3rd place, just behind TSM and G2. Again, another difficult lobby that they're going to find themselves in today, but they'll be looking to try and top it once more.
And then finally, looking at 100 Thieves, I think 100 Thieves are going to be pretty happy with their performance after week 1. They're sitting 8th overall in the tables at the moment, and I think a lot of eyes were understandably on Vaxxilon. When a team who wins ALGS Championship makes a team change, it's obviously because they weren't happy with something, and you could understand what they weren't happy with. It was the consistency factor. They didn't have it, but now, after a strong week 1 performance, I think maybe that Vaxxilon is the missing piece, and I'm looking forward to seeing them play today.
Love it. Love those 3. I think I'd agree with each of those 3, but of course we'd be remiss to not also mention the likes of Cloud9, a team that showed really high potential on Stormpoint, kicking off their Pro League match number 1, or day number 1, but weren't really able to keep that consistency. Can they maybe strike a chord and find some consistency, find a rhythm today? That's a big question. Team Liquid, arguably one of the better Stormpoint teams. They obviously dropped center map, and they kind of play Stormpoint the way it's meant to be played. Some predictable Stormpoint zones. They early rotate. They find some of the best positioning. I think they quietly might have a good day today as well. And then kind of a big question mark for me is complexity. Obviously, a new roster, Reptar taking a back seat. We're going to, of course, miss watching his gameplay week over week. But Muffins, the twin brother of Shiny, filling in that roster, former teammates on Fnatic, former teammates from Overwatch, actually, before Apex came out. So they've been playing together for a long time, and they got the whole twin brother thing going on. So that, of course, should certainly help them as well. Space Station Gaming, Torrent also being featured today. So quite a few teams to watch, quite a lot to talk about in that discussion. Of course, always good to get the perspective from the two of you on the three teams in particular. Of course, good to get your perspective on those three teams in particular. But good to also hear who you think is going to take it all. It's time for our talent predictions.
Oh,
which
boy.
Is when things get interesting. I'm not even kidding. Mark actually tried to say, can I not pick a team this week? Because I don't want to pick a team this week because Mark's predictions
It's not for my sake. It's not for me. It's for whoever I pick. I mean, at C9, I picked you. I believe in you. I want all the well wishes in the world to go to you. If it doesn't work out today, I cannot be a part of this anymore. Like, it is now just like a thing where it is just out of hand. So I've picked C9. There is a lot of top teams in this lobby, but I also feel like C9 have got an opportunity here to maybe, with the side of the map that they're actually dropping on, to kind of work their way through some rotations through some of the weaker teams. So that's why I've gone for C9. They're obviously not going to do very well because I picked them, but there is theory behind the madness.
I like the pick. If I didn't pick Sentinel, C9 actually would have been my kind of wild card pick, if you will, over ESA, 100 Thieves, and others. But yeah, Gaskin, you're going with ESA. You think they're going to have a back-to-back performance here?
I did until Onset pointed out the drop spots that they had in week 1. And if we are going to see similar drop spots from both Sentinels and ESA, they're landed at the mill. They both landed at the same place. So this is the 50-50 we were alluding to at the top of the show. If we see Sentinels and ESA contest each other right from the get-go, that is only going to be detrimental for both of these teams, you'd imagine. Unless one of them completely wipes the floor with the other every single time. But with teams of this caliber that are playing at a top level of Apex, you'd imagine that it's probably going to be a 50-50 for a reason, right? So your Sentinels pick and my ESA pick suddenly are looking a little bit dicey here, but we'll see what happens. Maybe they're going to have some sort of gentleman's agreement and they might move somewhere else.
Yeah, something tells me some communication was had between those two teams in advance. They're not going to be 50-50. And if they do 50-50, hey, I'm all about the entertainment. But yeah, I think our picks might not be looking too great. Low key, my kind of dark horse, it's kind of crazy to call him a dark horse pick. We haven't seen him win an ALGS Pro League day in a while, or ever, maybe, is Team Liquid. I think Team Liquid can perform really, really well here. I think they're going to have a strong Storm point. I think the Cloud9 pick is a great one. And kudos to Glitter, first off, for always spicing things up, kind of going against the grain with her picks, but picking 100 Thieves. I think that's a very good pick as well. They looked really, really strong. Vaxlon, multi-champion in his own right with that former CLG roster, formerly known as Skirt. We know what he's capable of, and he's obviously clearly upgraded this team already, at least from what we saw in week number 1. So the 100 Thieves pick is a great one as well. We'd love to hear from you, chat. Let us know your thoughts. Who do you think is going to take it overall today? There's obviously still Space Station Gaming. There's Torrent. There's some kind of wild card or challenger circuit teams like Optimal Ambition or TDG or literally vibing. Who knows? Maybe they'll have a pop-off day. We've seen a little bit of that as well. But there's so many storylines here. A couple 50-50 fights that may or may not happen. Storm Point going over to World's Edge. One last discussion point before we get game number 1 started is actually, I take that back. Just got word in my ear. Game number 1 is ready. So no more discussion points.
Right.
I will tee you up for the discussion as I throw it to none other than Onset and Gaskin to take it away. We'd love to hear your thoughts about Storm Point versus World's Edge, kind of how those two maps are played and which teams fare better in Storm Point versus World's Edge. Obviously, ESA dominating on both. But with that, I'm going to say goodbye for a little bit. Good luck to y'all. Game number 1 right around the corner.
Thank you very much, John. And here we go. It is time for game number 1. That seemed to fly by, the intro to this showdown. It seems like we've only been discussing the teams for a few moments, and already we're ready for game number 1. And I like how I didn't kind of give you the information those two teams have been fighting for quite some time over the mill as well, because you are the king of the predictions, and I thought, this is my trump card here. I'm going to try and see what happens. But that's why I'm very interested in this game number 1, because like I mentioned, ESA and Sentinels have been battling for control of the mill as their preferred drop spot throughout scrims and in the build-up to match day, where they're going to be matching up against each other in these two groups. Now, the question is, who is going to give that up? Is either team going to give that up? And if they don't, then we're going to have one of the most interesting battles off drop that we could possibly have hope for. But I also get the feeling that maybe now that we've got to match day, that ego will be put aside and both teams might just find somewhere comfortable to play from.
Yeah, if we look at historic drop spots, also Cloud9 and Space Station may be contesting one another at Launchpad, so there's a couple of 50-50s that could happen. And if you look at the center of the map, you've got 100 Thieves, Complexity, Liquid, all dropping very close to one another, so potential for some early game fights, if not, of course, the 50-50s that we were speaking of. But the mill will be where our eyes set first, the mill, or as I call it, Tatooine, and let's see whether we are going to see some 50-50 action.
Well, I do see multiple trails landing around here, and it looks like there is going to be contention. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. No messing about here. Duplex is going to be in a 1v against a player who has a shield. Skill Cakes has gone down here, but this might be evened up in just a few seconds as Duplex looks to answer back almost immediately. And it is going to be Sentinels and ESA coming out swinging here, Dan.
Yeah, and there was John saying, I don't think it's going to happen. We're going to have a gentleman's agreement. But no, these players, they want to assert dominance. The mill is theirs. And already, with one player going down, maybe Sentinels are going to be feeling on top of the world right now. And Esports Arena may just decide to back out of this one. And this is where 50-50s are so detrimental to your team. Because not only do you lose a player, you lose all the loot. And you are just struggling at this point. It's a 2 versus 3. They need to make a big decision. Do we fight this?
Well, it's going to be a huge decision, not only for this game, but also maybe for how the leaderboard look at. You can see that Noct is going to find himself a Peacekeeper in a 301. Duplex is going to go for a little look, maybe. And the one thing they do want to make sure they do is get that banner back. Even if you have to give some things up here and say, okay, Sentinels, you got that first knock. We're going to make sure that we can, you know, at least survive in this game and get some points. Playing this game as a 2, especially in game number 1, it's not what you want to be doing, but I kind of expected this to happen. This has been a long story that's been developing throughout scrims, and neither team is backing down, Dan. And now we're into match day and we can see the drop spots. Still, neither team is backing down.
Yeah, and are we going to see anything down with SSG and Cloud9? It looks like they're far enough away from each other where they've kind of given bits and bobs to each other, but also SSG still close to Complexity. But I love this, just seeing where all those teams have dropped, and you get the color-coded matchup as well, so you can follow all of your favorite teams and all of your favorite players. But there is some more gunfire happening. Esports Arena still taking a look at this one.
They certainly are. Duplex is going to be holding the angles as well with the R99. Gets the break and is doing a huge amount of damage. Noctis had to back up, though. There's some flesh damage. Duplex can't quite get the finish, though. If they can even this up, then maybe ESA can come back and win this fight and assert some dominance, but now Duplex is going to have to back down. He's got some batteries to play with. Noct is going to be trying to back up his teammate, but this battle is just consistently going between the two teams. And I think we've had the answer to our question, Dan. ESA don't want to back down. Sentinels don't want to back down as Duplex almost manages to even up the numbers again, and now it's 2v2.
And they've got the banner as well, so they could get out if they want to, but it looks like they want to actually take advantage of this 2 versus 2. Got to hit big shots with the PK at this point. They've got the door to work with. Bubble comes down as well. 2 vs 2 is going to be difficult.
Duplex is going to be able to get the battery off, though. Are they going to try and stick the shreds? I wish they had a nade just to throw at that door, because that would completely open things up. Maybe it's going to be the Valkyrie Q that does that. There's a shot missed again with the Mastiff. No. Duplex maybe thinking about going for a flank now. Noct is down to very low health as well, and the longer this fight goes on, the more it's looking like Sentinels might have just turned it back in their favour. But there's a big shot from Duplex, but he goes down, and Noct is now left on his own.
Knocked in a 1 versus 2, but there are some very weak players on the other team, but he is just going to resort to shield selling up himself. Of course, that's going to allow to do so, and actually it's 1 versus 1. You can see 2 players are crawling, and now we're going to be seeing a situation where Noct has to play this correctly. He's got plenty of health to work with if he uses his medkit, and it looks like we're going to get a full, fresh 1v1.
Noct doesn't got any more shield heals, though. He's trying to get the finishes, which makes sure at least he's going to be in a position to fight this 1v1. First shot comes in, just peeks over that building. Gold shield, oh my, Noct! Does not miss a bullet. The car rips through the shields and the flesh. And ESA, the record breakers in our week number 1. A couple of teabags coming in, just to let Sentinels know that the mill is ESA land.
And elsewhere, there have been fights going on as well. We've lost 2 teams. Cloud9 in a little bit of trouble, but are going to have to take this fight if the other team does get too aggressive. It's Liquid who are actually going to be on the other side of things. They're forced inside to one of these domes at the moment. And it's all kicking off in the early stages of Stormpoint. Answers our question of, you know, the difference between Stormpoint and World's Edge. Well, World's Edge, you usually don't get as many 50-50s and as many early fights because all these teams kind of work out who's going where. But we had 2 of the biggest teams battling right at the start of the game, and it is going to be ESA to win that one.
Well, a little bit of calm, finally. And let's just kind of rewind ourselves here. That was a 2v3 against Sentinels that ESA managed to pull off there. So that is a ridiculous play from them. We haven't even had a chance to discuss where that circle is going. We haven't seen the map overhead because it's just been constant action so far over at the mill. Hopefully we'll get a little bit more of an indication of that, of when the game starts to progress a little bit and we do get that map overhead to give you that information. But for now, we're going to watch Casuals, who I think we need that, to be honest with you, Dan, with the action that we've had at the start of this game. We need something a little bit more casual, a little bit more sedate. As C9 have the wingman in the hands of Alberelli, looking for a little bit of poke damage.
I'm just curious to see how Furia's tech managed to fall off the map and die, but I guess we'll find out a little bit later. It was SSG who were eliminated, by the way, built by gamers. So when we were talking about drop spots and we were saying Cloud9 might be close to SSG, perhaps SSG forfeited that spot and ended up somewhere near built by gamers, and unfortunately they have been on the receiving end of losing that initial fight. But there's the circle. We finally get to see it. It is going to be heading to the east side of the map, over towards Stormcatcher. And as we go back to that fight, just one more time, the 2 versus 3, by the way, once they got that banner, ESA, they could have got out. They played it correctly, they went for the banner, they used the distraction, but I think because of the amount of damage they were outputting, they said, look, we've got what it takes to win this engagement. Very confident, and I love what I saw.
Just realised that Stormcatcher sounds a little bit like Mark Hatcher, which is, of course, my name. Interesting. Anyway, my brain now will lock back into the gameplay, and like you mentioned, Stormcatcher is where we're going to be ending up. Maybe just a little bit to the south, maybe just a little bit to the north. It depends where that pool does come in. But C9 at the moment seem to be kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. Not quite sure how they want to rotate, and it looks like they're just trying to hold out a couple of teams at the moment, using this height to their advantage. But over at the mill, you can see that ESA are going to be back to a full complement of players. So not only winning the fight and getting some KP on the board, but almost more importantly for them, getting a full roster back into the game. And that is a worry for everyone else in the lobby at the moment with the way that ESA have been performing.
Yeah, but the concern for ESA is still the elongation period of that fight meant that they are very behind in terms of rotation, and that circle is going to be tickling their backsides. So it's not going to be a pleasant rotation for them, and they may get held out. Again, one of the downsides of a 50-50, you either kind of win the fight and you come out on top and you get some loot, but you're usually late to your rotation, or you lose that fight and of course you are sat watching the game. So we'll see whether ESA can still come out on top, still find points. Remember, they got 4 wins in a row last week, but that was only from game 2. It was 6th place that they found themselves in after game 1. So
Despite
it's
its movement, by the way.
It's amazing, actually. It's better than your movement, so it was good to see it.
I mean, look, I'm on controller, right? It's pretty difficult to move in the way that some of these players do. I'm a straight line guy, but I ain't going to miss a bullet. As we jump over to a little bit more action going down, you can see a knock has happened inside of this bubble. Cromie & Co trying to move up onto it, and this is a team who are moving from the bottom of the map from Fish Farm. So literally vibing, not vibing for now, and under quite a lot of duress. As you can see, the ultimate is ready here for Banshee, so if they do need to try and escape and get that portal down and they can get up to high ground and get out of dodge. But at the moment, you can see one of his teammates is really struggling to get some shields away, and C9 are overlooking all of this and just holding out both of these teams. This is looking really good for C9.
Yeah, Zach Mazer says, you know what, I fancy a bit of this, wingman in hand, and he's dealing a lot of damage too. Finally gets some flesh to work with, and that might just be the call for the team to push up and try and finish up some of these kills. A lot of early game fights. I would still class this as the early game, not even mid game at this point, but we are going to slowly transition into that mid game, and it means that a lot of teams are going to be thinking about that rotation, thinking about where they can play in that circle if they have the information from the beacon. Because when we looked over at where that circle was going, there were a few buildings to work with, but also a lot of open area as well. So that's why we're seeing a lot of these teams just fighting in all of these choke points, not really able to get through at the moment.
Yeah, C9 trying to kind of look for the opportunity here, but I think they're more than aware that there's multiple teams in the area. You saw start a fight, pretty much the perfect team name for what we're seeing in front of us, as they have started that fight, but don't look like they're going to be able to end it for now. And C9, the question's always, right, where's the consistency for C9? You see these crazy games, you see them put up a huge amount of kill points, but then the next game, it's a nil-point game, it's a 1-point game. And for me, it's all just about just putting the foot on the brake sometimes. And I kind of like what I'm seeing from them here. Previously, you might have seen C9 get a little bit hungry for these kills, push down, take a few risks, but sometimes it is about just being disciplined in these kind of scenarios and recognizing that the kills are going to come to you. You've just got to wait for them.
And you talk about inconsistency, and quite literally, last week they came first in game 1, then they came 17th, then 19th, then back up to 4th. It's just really not been a team who has shown us enough for me to believe that they can kind of win these lobbies due to that inconsistency. It has to be a consistent nature, and we'll see whether Cloud9 maybe can back up those claims furthermore in this matchup, and perhaps find a little bit more consistency that we've seen in previous tournaments. Furia, they have managed to get tech back on his feet, as it were, and they'll be making a rotate through the map, or should I say, around the map, to try and find themselves in a more comfortable spot.
Yeah, Fury, who seem to spend as much time inside of the zone, it would seem, in recent weeks and months than they do actually outside of it. So we're going to have to see how they play this one. You see, they got the information from the passive from the Valkyrie as well. There was a team just in that building across from them, but they're going to be pretty safe for now. They've only got to move a few more inches to weasel their way into where that zone is. There we are. They're all safe now. They're feeling a lot more comfortable. A few bullets whiz past their ears, but it's not going to be doing any damage, so to speak. And look at the angle they've actually managed to get. This egg is where we saw a zone finish actually in the last play that we saw. This was the one that C9 managed to dominate in that game and put up that win. So C9 are going to know how to play this one, but Fury are also in a great position to cause some problems.
But even though C9 may know how to play it, we saw where they were on the map. They weren't really able to move anywhere because they were stuck at that choke. So much more that it makes me choke on my own spit. But they are going to have that situation where they need to decide, do we just push, get aggressive? Do we try and go around a different route? There's all these different questions that have to be answered by your in-game leader. And I always say it, and I always state it, how important it is that you have an IGL who has a clear decision and know exactly how they want to play the game.
TDG, I mean, some very notable names on this team as well. Shout out to Girl, one of our colleagues previously, now competing in the Pro League. I mean, not a bad switch over there from Girl, and Tanner Slays obviously alongside her as well. So a lot of work to be done by those teams, a lot of fan favourites certainly. We'll be wishing them well in this lobby today. But as we do get a look at the lobby from the overhead, where that zone's going to be closing just behind Fury, you can see Team Liquid still inside of that egg, and the team I was just mentioning underneath it, but they're taking quite a lot of damage at the moment. So Casual's kind of overlooking everything at the moment and just seeing if they can get some damage down. They've got some pretty good looking Evo shields at the moment. But for TDG, the team we were just talking about, I mentioned how they were coming under fire. Tanner is down. He'll be picked back up by the Gibby. But how long will they be able to survive for here?
Yeah, they've got the bubble to work with for now, but after that bubble dissipates, what happens is going to be the question. But no one really wants to dive on a fight. We're seeing so many knocks come through from distance. Nocturnal again will knock Tanner, who was kind of caught in no man's land there. But we're not seeing anyone pressure those fights and try and finish and clean up these kills and get the KP, because there's just so many teams around. Still 18 squads, the circle's getting ever smaller by the second. And realistically, TDG know that if they could just allow one player to survive in the middle here, they might be able to get a placement point, perhaps, maybe get into the top 15, but it is still looking pretty dire.
Yeah, Tony's left on his own here, so you can see the Girl's just been finished off by Nocturnal, and it was Tanner as well who was finished off by Team Liquid, so 2 kills and Tony at the moment. I mean, this is not looking good. Tony. I'm not sure how you're going to get out of this one, buddy, as Team Liquid are looking to just get the clean wipe onto them. But the 30-30 repeater is starting to be making some audio cues for the rest of the teams who are trying to force their way in. Nice shots coming in from Nocturnal as well, but there's a pretty good one coming in as to return the fire. They do have the Loba ult down as well, so it seems like Team Liquid, like John mentioned on the desk, that quick rotation to get in the spot they think is going to be end zone, and playing Loba, we know all about that. If you're a quick rotating team, it really does give you the resources to succeed.
And with Tony going down, TDG will fall in 18th spot, so 17 teams remaining. Still haven't got to that 15 teams to gain the 1 placement point, but of course kill points have been shared out for a few teams, most notably right at the start of the game, ESA. We haven't caught up with them on their journey ever since they won that fight. Maybe we'll have a look at some point to see where they currently reside and how they want to get into the circle. As for Cloud9, they've been slowly marauding through the situation and trying to get through this choke point, but they seem to be pretty happy where they are, as well as Team Liquid. They don't seem to be moving from this egg that you speak of.
Esports Arena, say their name and they appear. Is it Voldemort? Did they say that about? I'm not a big Harry Potter guy. You're more of a Harry Potter guy than I am.
I mean, if you were a Harry Potter guy, you would know that you do not name he who shall not be named, okay?
Alright, well, apologies to all Harry Potter fans who are watching right now. I'm an Apex Legends fan, alright? ESA, let's see what they can do then. I think it's going to be a Valkyrie ult. And one thing we know about ESA is they have this uncanny ability sometimes to take to the skies and find a very playable spot and do a good job of actually finding their way to a zone and in between other teams where things seem almost impossible. But we'll jump into a listening here for ESA because they look like they're going to be able to sweep their way into somewhere to play as they do so well. Let's see how they play this one out.
Moving further up real quick.
They're in the
I'm watching this door. That's fine, that's fine. We're in the better one.
I'm gonna peek for info.
Okay, I'm just watching our back.
This dude's got a Kraber up there.
Oh,
I couldn't tell who it is.
Yeah, watch our back now.
I got it. Someone flying? Yeah. It sounds like they landed. No, they didn't land at the juicy. They landed on the other side of the wall. Charge rifle on the other staircase.
A Valkyrie just landed near somewhere over here.
I
I'm not
see.
sure exactly where. I just heard it.
Damn.
We're probably just gonna have to Valkyrie out of here.
Yeah.
Well, not too much to take away from that listening there, Dan, but as we see that zone and we see it closing, you can see that in about a minute 40's time, they're going to have to traverse quite some way. Start of fight, still alive though. One of the teams who we saw right at the start of this game making their way up that hill towards where C9 was, and they look like they're in a pretty good spot at the moment. KP here to map pick it and also a red armor to play with, but they've also got a team holding them out from high.
And remember, if you want to watch any of the other teams, you can use the multi-view, just click the command center below and you can get 4 POVs of your choice. And you can also listen to the in-game comms as well of that team. So plenty to work with, plenty to watch. It's a fantastic addition to the global split. But now we are going to see 100 Thieves also trying to move their way in. It looks like there is going to be a team holding them out. During the listening for ESA, we also managed to get down to 15 teams. So now every team has achieved at least 1 placement point at this point. And 100 Thieves are still taking a look to this team behind the wall.
It's very interesting to look at the map overhead there because so many teams are inside a Stormcatcher. They might not have had the beacon information that other teams have, or maybe just straight up not the knowledge of where this zone will be going. And you see Team Liquid, they're sat inside pretty much one of the only places that can be held, which is that egg building. And the scout is starting to hit some shots as well here from Kotogami, but not going to be able to get the knock. That's going to make the landing, though, for 100 Thieves a little bit more uncomfortable as they try and force their way into zone. But as I just mentioned, excuse me, I talked about being uncomfortable, and Vaxlon is down.
Scurry's going to dive on in to come to his aid, as it were. But maybe he has to get a banner. He's going to have to take the fight now. Hits some big shots, does get the knock, but at what cost?
Onmu's going to have to clean up here, but, I mean, he's have to do something pretty ridiculous, to be honest with you. But look at this spot. Speaking of ridiculous, if he can avoid any teams, which I don't know why he would be able to avoid the entire lobby coming from that Storm catcher side of things, then he's got a pretty sneaky position to play here, but it's going to be a pretty tough ask for him to do so. So 100 Thieves, not looking too good at this point. Also got some creepy callies to their left there on that rock, but look at the kill feed as well. C9 involved in a fight as Zach Mazer manages to pick up a KP.
Pure mayhem. Chaos in the moment as teams arrived at any little nook and cranny that they can find, and you're going to have to take a fight at this point. Unlucky are going to be some of the late additions to this little egg dome area, and they are quite well geared, but are they going to be able to hit the shots?
Well, Liquid looked like they were in problems, and I've just noticed in the feed as well that ESA are eliminated from the lobby in game number 1. Osenpai's looking to clean up some kills here, trying to get the finish on the Gibraltar on the floor. Will do so, and that is Team Liquid eliminated by Unlucky. Now, Team Liquid were holding what we were mentioning to be one of the prime positions. Now they have been eliminated. Space Station still in the game here as well. And look at Drop just peeking over the defensive bombardment, is shredding away at the team just in front of him as well. So SSG trying to force their way through the lobby, trying to find a way into zone.
Everyone falling at the moment. Torrent also got eliminated in 13th place while we were on that POV. Cloud9 still working their way up this hill. They've got a wayward to go, but with 1 minute left, they can traverse these rocks ever so slightly. But they've just got to watch out for all the angles that are being held. Dexterity also eliminated, down to just 10 teams now.
Fury in a great spot as well after what was a questionable start from them by anyone's standards. They now find themselves at the top of the hill with the height to play with. Shiny and Complexity, though, they don't look too healthy right now. Muffins is taking some damage. Shiny manages to get his battery off, and he's just holding, but no. Muffins is going to have to do what he can. Complexity now eliminated.
Space Station also fell in 10th place, so we're down to 8 squads. A lot to work with for AGG here, by the way. They've got so much loot, and they are on the corner, but of course they are still going to have to push into that next zone in 20 seconds. That egg that we focused on, or you focused on quite some time ago, is still going to be the main focus point for so many of these teams. So if you have won that scrap from those 4 or 5 teams, you are looking good for now, but there is going to be so many eyes on you.
Oh my word! Oh my word! Albralele, big nade, one of the classic things we know from Albrelele's past when he was back on TSM, and that one might have rivaled it. And I tell you what, these wingman shots, they are just destroying this team in front. Albrelele, the one-man army, support comes in from his teammates, but C9, I mean, that's 4 kills for Albrelele in total now, and he just absolutely decimated them.
We speak of records, we speak of ESA, we speak of Sentinels. Don't forget Cloud9 held a record for a short time as well for the points they were able to accumulate in 1 day of play. 7 squads remaining, everyone trying to desperately get any little scratch that they can off this map at the moment, as it's 10 seconds till this round fully closes, and only 7 squads remaining. That means there is not going to be a lot of room to play with.
All Glory Gaming trying to find anywhere to play. Team Liquid still alive though. Look at this, Team Liquid. Even though they've lost 1 player, they are still alive and they are still surviving. And they've managed to get themselves into a top 6 position here. 100 Thieves eliminated. C9 also in the kill feed once more, doing some more damage. Zach Mazer this time with a flatline, in his hands. It was the wingman of Albrelele a few moments ago, but I tell you what, Zach Mazer's trying to match him here. He's got no kills to his name, but he's got 2 assists, and as I say that, he picks up his first.
When we finally get to live events, it'll be called the Flatland, I am sure. Zach Mazer trying to shred as many players as he can. Credit to 100 Thieves, by the way. They managed to get into a top 7 position after that kind of dismal attempt at trying to jet up into the sky, and they'll be pretty happy with the rat situation. So a couple of more placement points by being able to do so. Furia still trying to desperately stay alive behind a rock as well. Down to just 5 squads now as we went into that overhead. We lost 2 teams, but Casuals, they are in a decent spot, but it's Unlucky who hold this egg building that we were speaking of.
Unlucky at the bottom floor. They do still have Team Liquid in the vicinity, I believe. Yes, they do. They're just above them. Gilderson and Nocturnal having to do some God's work here for them, just holding that angle on the stairs. Any kind of push that comes in, they're going to have to do some damage. There's the move from C9. They try and take height on this egg at the last possible moment, and they're just going to be working around the edges of it, just trying to survive. If that fight breaks out inside of the egg, C9 will ape. They will take advantage of it, as they're now just absolutely damaging Fury as they try to survive.
Yeah, Bubble's gone down for Furia to desperately try and stay alive at this point. They're very weak, but they should be able to get a bat off. But how many eyes are going to be on them? They try and make a last desperate attempt to also get inside the egg. Everyone using the building that they can. Cloud9 down to just 2. Albrelele has fallen. Liquid, though, also down to a 2. So there's a lot of weakened squads here.
They are. Nocturnals taking damage. There's the armor swap, though. Line that one up. Can't connect with the shots inside of the egg, as we saw the knock actually came in from Furia onto Cloud9. It was Albrelele who was the player to go down. They're just trying to hold all the teams out and then maybe swoop down in those final moments to clean up the damage that's being done inside. But for Unlucky, it's down to Kotogami and O-Senpai. Kotogami falls down, and now Furia make their move in towards the egg.
Unlucky eliminated, Liquid eliminated, Cloud9 down to
my.
a 2, but also shredding with damage.
Oh my!
How do you like your eggs in the morning? I like them with Cloud9.
Cloud9 survives. Big damage coming in. Only 1 player alive now, and that's going to be Naughty, as Casuals now make their way in, and it's looking like it will be a casual romp to victory here for Casuals. They will be your champions of game number 1. But what a game number 1 it was.
Casuals did very well just to keep a big enough distance where they didn't have to get involved in that egg battle in the saucepan. Everyone else was trying to get involved in the fight. Everyone else wanted to try and get as much cover as possible because of the angles that were being held by the teams who were in those open areas. But Casuals very correctly just played behind any rocks they could, any blade of grass that they could hide behind, and in the end it's as simple as just cleaning things up. But what a valiant effort from Cloud9, by the way, to stay alive as long as they did and still get the kills they were able to achieve as well. That's going to be a lot of points to work with for them, that's for sure.
We'll check out those points now, and you can see Casuals taking home the winner. A huge congratulations to them, a challenger team coming through to take home that first place victory, and they also picked up 5 kills to put up 17 points. But you're quite right. I mean, look at the kills coming in for C9. 12 of them on our first game here on Storm Point means that they will be top of the tables after game number 1 with 21 points in total.
Well, yeah, you don't need to win a game to get top of the table if you're able to get that many kills. It would have been nice for Cloud9 to just put a bow on that match, but I think they'll be more than happy to be topping the table. Elsewhere, I mean, as you mentioned, ESA got eliminated around 15th, so they would have picked up 1 placement point as we get further into these match results. And that is all the back off that 50-50. Even though they won that incredible fight against Sentinels, they were only able to get 4 points. The 3 kills they got on Sentinels, the 1 point from placement. Is that because they were late rotating? They weren't able to get into a position that they would have been able to achieve if they hadn't have had to take that very, very elongated fight. Elsewhere, a couple of other teams that were eliminated early, of course, Sentinels, built by gamers, we saw eliminated at that point. SSG got eliminated relatively earlier as well.
Well, let's take a look at some of the stats from our champion squad casuals. And Ziffy, you're standing out, my friend. 2,000 damage from the Horizon player. Everyone else not putting up huge numbers, but certainly putting themselves in great positions and picking up some kills towards the end of the game as well. And that's what it's all about here on Stormpoint. Get into that great position and hold it down for as long as you possibly can. So a huge shout out to Casuals, the winner of our game number 1. And again, a great example of a team who's come through the challenger, Dan, and putting the performance when it matters.
Yeah, just something I want to correct myself on from right at the start of the game as well. I said SSG were eliminated by Built by Gamers. It was the other way around. They eliminated Built by Gamers. They were kind of forced off of their drop spot by Cloud9, and instead they jumped onto Built by Gamers. So that's another kind of side to the story of when you have 50-50s about where does that team go if they lose that initial engagement or if they decide to back off of it. Built by Gamers left kind of scratching their head saying, where did SSG come from? This was never meant to happen. But an amazing game 1, honestly, filled with everything. There were so many fights that happened in the early game, in the mid game, so many choke points being contested by these squads, and then that final circle. I mean, it was all about the egg in the end, Mark.
I want to talk about Abralete very quickly as well. That play that he made, the wingman, made the hairs on my arms stand up, Dan. We'll have to see if in game number 2 he can do something very similar. Maybe C9 can take home the win, but it is Casuals who take home our first game of the day. We're going to go for a quick break, but when we get back, game number 2 is coming to you.
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Welcome back, everybody, to the ALGS Pro League North American region. Glitter Explosion and Vicky Kitty now on board with you guys heading into game number 2 of the day. But Vicky, we got to talk about what just happened because we've mentioned this a couple times now. Challenger Circuit teams, Stormpoint in general is really, really favoring them.
I love it. I love what I'm seeing from the Challenger Circuit teams. Even day 1 and day 2, they were highly contested with Challenger Circuit teams just coming out of left field, putting in a lot of work. And I love to see casuals take that, especially with their composition. They were running a very high mobile composition, and they were able to time that last fight perfectly. But between these Challenger Circuit teams, Glitter, and these early 50-50s, I love what I saw for this first game already.
Yeah, I mean, every single day the teams have been coming out of the gate hot as we take a look at the overall leaderboard right now. You guys can see where things are shaking out after that first match. I mean, Cloud9, granted they didn't get that win, but that was some seriously aggressive gameplay coming out of them, and we heard, you know, Mark and Dan talking about the fact that they can be a little bit inconsistent. If this is what we get out of them all the time, then they're going to start jumping up the ranks massively.
Please, C9, this is the same team that I believe it was day 1. They had gotten first in the first game where they popped off with 11 kills and then proceeded to get 17th, 19th. I mean, we need to see that consistency here, but talking about consistency and how some of these teams are inconsistent, Esports Arena, with that early 50 fight, it just took way too long and cut into their rotation time. So you can see them down there in 11th place with only 4 points. They didn't get the placement points that they really wanted to achieve there.
Yeah, and we kind of saw this happening yesterday as well. We saw, I mean, XSET getting in, willing to take a lot of those really early 50-50s on Stormpoint. And, you know, when is the right time to kind of cut those losses? Are we going to see that again today where they just continue to battle it out and see who's going to hold down that drop spot? Or do you think that we're going to see one of the teams back off and be like, you know what, we'd rather go for points this time around?
I think Sentinels is going to back down. And the reason why I'm so surprised to see that this 50-50 is still going on is because there was a tournament, I believe it was Super League Gaming, just a few weeks ago where we first got a look at what these teams are going to do on Stormpoint. And it was the teams still, the teams are still figuring out where they feel comfortable. Right. But still in Stormpoint, this 50-50 was happening then too. It was Sentinels and ESA, and Sentinels backed off where ESA had the mill to themselves. Now, is this going to continue even into game 2? Or are we going to see one of these teams actually adapt around that? Is Sentinels going to be hard-headed and still keep going? I mean, you saw they had won the trade initially in that fight, but how does ESA still come out on top after such a long fight? I was honestly a little worried too, because we saw that TDG themselves, they landed checkpoint. They could have rotated south if they wanted to get on the fire themselves, but they opted to go for the rotation instead.
Yeah, we'll have to see what decisions end up being made as we are now in the dropship, getting ready to go into game number 2 of Stormpoint for, we're on match day number 4 already? Somehow the time is flying by, but I think this opening drop will completely change what we've got. Now, to be fair, if we're going off of patterns, ESA's worst game last week was their first game, and then they proceeded to get 4 wins in a row. So maybe that's just their warm-up round.
That's a really good point, actually. That'd be crazy here. You know, just kind of laying it back. You know, something else I want to talk about are the compositions that we got to see. We highlighted casuals with their high mobility, with the Horizon and the Valk, but we saw the Crypto from All Glory Gaming, and I saw Watson from Optimal Ambition. So Optimal Ambition, another team coming in from the Challenger Circuit, maybe influenced a little bit by the APAC compositions that we've been seeing. So I like this change, look from our teams, especially as they start figuring out where they feel more comfortable on Stormpoint.
Yeah, and I love that you called that out too, because we always talk about how we see so much more crypto in other regions compared to NA. But the fact that we're slowly seeing that variety come in, seeing them more comfortable with it because of Stormpoint, it's just making all of the games so much more interesting. I mean, would you ever have thought until Stormpoint that we would have seen as many Horizons as we're seeing here? I mean, the verticality, the openness of this map has changed things up entirely.
Yeah, I've been wondering now as we get to look at Esports Arena, they are looted up and they are utilizing that verticality to get onto the high ground here. Is this another early 50-50 taken by Sentinels versus Esports Arena? Maybe Sentinels actually taking a more passive approach as they opted to loot right in the southern side of that mill area.
And it looks like ESA is going to see if they can maybe push and cause either Sentinels to rotate away, or they're just going to try and take a fight. I mean, we saw that there was the potential. Oh, never mind. All right, shots start to come out with the Rampage from Skittle Cakes as they are able to get some damage, and they're already wanting to push this team out.
And remember what the problem was last time. This fight just took way too long for ESA to feel comfortable with their rotation, but the Trident play on Stormpoint brings a different style of play, Glitter, and they are out of there. My Uber driver, they're calling me. We are gone, and they're even taking the gravity lift to just get out of this situation. Remember, we were highlighting that north of the spot by Esports Arena and Sentinels is Checkpoint, and that's where TGG is going to be looting to rotate around the southern point by Cascade Falls like they rotated to in the last game.
See, I thought that's what they were going to do because I saw the Trident come out and they were kind of like just floating around, testing the waters, and then they got out of it. And I was like, okay, well, I guess they want to take the fight. The second they took some damage, they're like, you know, we're going to play it safe. We're going to back off and just jet on out of here, which is exactly what Esports Arena wants. They now have this entire area to themselves. They know the rest of the squads that are around them, and they no longer have to worry about that early game loss of time, loss of utility, and of any of their resources. And this is going to be a much stronger start for both of those squads at this point. And you can see on the top down now where exactly Sentinels ended up. They are now over by Checkpoint between that and North Pad, so they could potentially find themselves in yet another fight.
And Space Station Gaming landing in Launchpad C9 themselves also usually rotate north of Launchpad. Look at where this circle is pulling all the way to the east, very similar to game number 1. I feel like this is something that we usually see on Stormpoint. A lot of these circles do happen to pull towards the eastern point of the map, so this is really interesting with so many teams already taking up this spot alone.
You know who did really well in a Stormpoint match where they got the zone like this and were able to hold it dead center zone for the entire time and even held off TSM? Vicky? AGG.
Glory Gaming, yes,
yep.
Yes, with that crypto Ibram, that was beautiful. But here we have Sentinels in another fight. Early on, these guys can catch a break, but they're loving after getting 2 knocks.
Ooh, okay, so this went much better for them this time around. Instantly able to clean up some points there. 2 KP on the board. Oh my god, look at the HP on Casellas, able to escape with just a shred of health, and we'll now have to see if they can rat for at least a little bit more points than what they were about to get with that Sentinels push.
And, you know, it's just funny because the name Unlucky. Because Unlucky, they landed North Pad. We were talking about TGG landing by Checkpoint, but Unlucky lands in North Pad. So if Sentinels see ESA as a problem, naturally as Sentinels is going to back down, it's going to cause problems for teams like Unlucky. So now Casellas has to play this out as a rat for right now, and Sentinels are still in the area, making sure it's going to be difficult to get those banners.
That's definitely a rough start for them, but they're going to probably be able to adjust from there. The real question is, does Sentinels now see that as a weakness? Do they decide to then maybe drop North Pad for the third and final game and try to clear out the squad early and take that for themselves? But Lou gets knocked! And a girl out of nowhere just with the sneaky shots. Okay. And now Sentinels find themselves once again on the back foot.
I love it. I love it. What's great is that this is bittersweet because Sentinels is usually the type of team to ambush other teams. TGG, they heard the zipline and they were crouching, waiting for the opportunity to strike, and it was Girl that claimed that one member of Sentinels. That's a good start here for TGG. Remember, we were highlighting before that this is exactly the spot that TGG lands. This is where they loot, and it's Checkpoint. Usually there's also a beacon there, so it's a lot of information for them to bounce off of after taking that KP.
I mean, and what people need to remember too, right? Like this probably seems a little bit easier than it should be, but Sentinels were the team to beat in split number 1, okay? They are really, really struggling here in this second split now, and I don't know if that's map specific because we have seen a lot of the squads that have been playing for a while and are comfortable on World's Edge having a little bit of a slower start to figuring out Stormpoint, and that's why a lot of the newer teams are able to succeed so well. So maybe that's kind of contributing to that here, and we'll have to see if Sentinels is able to figure that out. But now we're checking in with 100 Thieves and Complexity kind of going back and forth at each other right now, and ESA had taken a little bit of damage there.
Oh, and the action's non-stop here. Meanwhile, on the other side, Optimal Mission, we're talking about the competition they were running. They have the Watson, they have the Crypto, but playing this out alone against Space Station is not going to work out. Frex on the Bloodhound, the only Bloodhound that we're seeing currently, by the way, on Stormpoint, which is going to allow a lot of intel, especially for those late circles.
Both games now have had some really aggressive early game fights. I mean, the first zone hasn't even finished closing yet. We're already down a squad courtesy of SSG getting some points on the board for themselves. And don't forget, you've got Sentinels on the back foot down a player. I mean, this is the aggression that we've come to expect, at least out of Stormpoint, but it happens earlier and earlier every single time, I feel like.
Yeah, and we also see, especially on Stormpoint, a lot of squads taking their time to rotate in. Sentinels, though, they lost Lou in this fight. They managed to get that knock, just chasing down Tony. They wanted to get their revenge, so now it could potentially be a 2v2. We have to see, though, as Synox can't get away. Tanner filling in for Durango here, manages to get that knock, and I love how they are able to integrate Tanner and still be able to pop off here in the ALGS, because it could be difficult when you bring in the third here, and you have to still build up that that synergy from frame one.
Absolutely, and we've talked about that. This is the split of adaptation, right? Whether that's learning the new map, learning the new comps, learning the new guns. Now we've got teams that have to learn new teammates. I mean, it's just illustrating how good our pros are to be able to have that many changes thrown at them and still be able to succeed.
Ooh, and look what we have over here. It's G-Force. And start a fight. They are trying to start that fight as G-Force want to prioritize their rotation. They're going to be able to keep themselves in the border of the circle. Another team that's actually running the Horizon and Valkyrie, so prioritizing that mobile composition on Stormpoint. I like this too because we get to see that different composition as we move on to World's Edge after this game and the game after this. But look at where the circle is going to be pulling. It's going to be pulling away from that mobile beacon, and that's going to be able to allow a lot of these teams rotating from the east side of the circle to have that information as they move in.
Start a fight here. Taking a very safe, long rotation. Taking a little bit of damage here, but obviously early on, this is what you're going to be seeing a lot of these squads doing as they're willing to kind of take that storm damage and get themselves in a better and safer spot. Furia, a team that did very well for themselves there in that first match. Looking like they have taken a little bit of poke damage here right on the edge of the zone. We're going to have to see if they decide to hold this spot down and wait for the teams ahead of them to continue battling it out, go for that third party, or if they're going to go for the skyward dive if they have it and try to get a rotation out here.
Yeah, you know, highlighting on what you were saying before, a lot of these teams opt to play from outside the circle. I was trying to touch up on this, but then the fight just happened in front of us. But especially on Stormpoint, a lot of these teams like to rotate and take their time in circle to get into the circle and play by the edge a lot more often on Stormpoint because not only are they also trying to go in for those smarter rotations, even if it costs them to go long, but it's only circle one here. They could actually risk this right here in this situation as TGG managed to loot up. They're going to have 2 purples, 1 blue, and we see this a lot too because it puts circle teams that play by the edge of circle at risk of these third parties or getting called out of position by these teams that like to take their time to rotate.
Yeah, we see the pings coming out of TDG who find themselves just making their way into the safe zone now, hoping that no one is in the general vicinity trying to gatekeep it all as they get their heals and health back up to where it needs to be so they can continue finding a spot in the zone. But the only problem is that a lot of this has been taken up already. So let's do a quick listen in with TDG and see exactly what their strategy is.
Someone's fighting up there.
Okay. We can 3P that. No one's gonna expect us to be here. I have the portal. Does everyone have their ultis and stuff?
I do, 53%.
Yeah. I have my ulti up. Gibby ulting happening?
Yeah, but no knocks. Team, solo.
Yeah.
Just solo.
Okay. You gonna land on this guy? Valkyrie on this guy? Or what?
No, it's zone 3.
Okay.
No, it's zone 2.
Don't. This is gonna hurt.
You mean to scan right away?
Yeah.
Okay.
I got your gut, chill. Go.
I think we go left.
Yeah. I like that.
Come down here.
Let's go. So
We
you
can
guys
rotate
are all good on
Jurassic.
meds?
Pretty good right now, yeah.
Okay.
You wanna go through Jurassic?
Maybe.
Yeah, I like that.
I mean, there's gonna be a team at that building for sure. The solo
Yeah,
did come this way,
100%.
by the way.
I don't mind.
It's
They
gotta
can't
be the
kill me.
Sentinels, right?
Keep running.
That
Yeah,
was
got you.
actually That was so toxic that we sat at that zip and.
It's a tournament. You gotta do what you gotta do.
I mean, to be fair, we did hear them shooting, so.
Very true. I would have routed there with. There's our Lobo team in here.
Inside.
They're already looking. Go low.
Pull back.
We're not going in there.
We got to play edge like right here or something. Right
Yeah,
now.
People were here too. People were here shooting. So let's just try and
Yeah,
get a
yeah.
spot and
Chill.
stabilize.
Don't show presence. Don't show presence. Yeah, just chill.
Trying to watch our back real quick. These guys can still come in behind us.
Yeah, but I did it. Look at how much they'd have to.
Okay,
I absolutely
Vicky,
love
the
hearing
confidence.
the comms. Yes. We have to talk about what girl was saying right there. Talking about it's tournament. It is what it is. And you have to understand that KP is KP at the end of the day. So I love hearing that from girl saying she does not feel bad whatsoever. She played it how she has to play it. They heard the zip line. They just got into position. And even the confidence where we heard a girl in the middle of that rotation say, you know what, they're not going to kill me, so I don't care.
And that's why I love listening to these comms so much, guys. And don't forget, you obviously can go ahead into the command center if you want to listen to all of your favorite players' comms at any time, up to 4 POVs for that multi-view action. So make sure you're checking that out, because it's pretty dang cool, if I do say so myself.
Oh man, talk about the struggle. Sentinels, are you okay? Oh my god. Oh my goodness. But you know what? That's the beauty of being able to utilize these replicators. But man, it's going to be tough because we know that the moment they rotate south of that circle, they could potentially run into the team that was holding into that bunker. There was a Loba squad. I don't think it's Team Liquid because Team Liquid usually holds end circle. But they saw that Loba squad that was inside that vault. We know that TDG is waiting on the edge of the circle. So it's going to be so difficult for Sentinels to determine where they want to prioritize their positioning in terms of the rotation. Esports Arena, though, on the other side, this is a team that had taken the early 50-50 with Sentinels and essentially booted them off in the middle of the rotation.
Yeah, and now we've got a huge engagement already going on between SSG and Torrent, and if I'm not mistaken, one of the Torrent players was incredibly low as SSG has some verticality trying to get those angles with the black hole already down and see if they can get some damage, but the tides are turning so quickly, Vicky! So SSG's in so much trouble now!
And it's a third party, too, from afar. It's Start of Fight, who are also taking some of those shots. Space Station are going to be McLean. They saw, though, Frex. Look how low Frex is. He wins the fight. The knockdown shield will be the only thing to protect Frex and the natural line of sight and the cover that the rocks provide. But look at this. The shots coming out. No. The Valkyrie tactical Frex. You got to get out of there, but you don't have the piece behind once it runs out to get out of that situation.
Start a Fight being ever the opportunistic squad, able to instantly get some very, very easy KP, third partying that fight between SSG and Torrent. That was so unlucky for SSG. The fact that Frex was able to clean that up the way that he did at the end was absolute insanity. He did not deserve to go out that way.
Oh, EA, they almost were able to take some shots at that Valkyrie redeploy happening in front of them. There was a dome that was called out. Now E8, they're stuck by the edge of the circle here. They're getting shot at from the other side, trying to see which of those teams are going to be, as a lot of our teams now are making the rotation, whether it be from the edge of the circle or playing from outside in the ring. But another one of our squads, Casuals, the squad that won game #1, now taking a huge chunk of damage from the circle.
Yeah, definitely less than ideal right now. And this is what we're talking about. You can stand to be in the storm for a certain amount of time, and then once you get to you know, ring 3, ring 4, this is not where you want to be hanging out. You can see that you've got yeah, the Tracers coming in from the safe zone. They had knocked players. One was completely down, and Casuals go out very early this time around. That was unlucky for them, but back on board with E8. Complexity as well, finding themselves in a little bit of a skirmish here. Ooh. A little bit of a pause, too. A little reset. Who are they going up against? Is that E8?
They're sharing that space. That I'm not too sure if that's EA unless they have where they were able to get onto the high ground right there. But with Complexity holding this low ground here, they know that they're sharing a building with another team. You see the pokes potentially happening here as Complexity are going to try to hold these corners. But look how tiny this next circle is going to be, and there's still 15 squads alive, Glitter.
If this is what happens when you get one of the end zones that has some buildings to work with for these teams, they'll pop off on the journey to the center zone, whether you get caught in a rotation or you end up in a 50-50 off drop, and then you have those early game fights. Mid-game gets super, super slow, and then everybody holds until absolute chaos erupts. I will not be surprised if we go from 15 to like 9 squads in a 2-minute span.
Oh, Team Liquid in a fight now as Knock gets taken down. Guild falling low, but he's going to be able to pop the shield bat. Now Fun needs to change spots with Guild, though. Cover him as he's going to try to pop the shield bat, but no more Dome as it's going down. The Arc Stars, the shots being able to land, though. Fun gets taken out by C9. It's Liquid versus C9 right here, but Liquid, they came out on top right before they were scooped up from right underneath. They get eliminated. It's Esports Arena making their way into the fight. Built by gamers, this was a team that was on top of Complexity. We were wondering, who is this building being shared by? And it was built by gamers on the high ground.
So much just happened. I'm pretty sure AGG took out Furia while that fight was happening. BBG got their setup going on the low ground of that building with Complexity. Now we're back on board, checking in with Esports Arena and seeing what they're able to do. That battle between C9 and Liquid. This is the chaos that I was talking about, Vicky. They're all fighting for a safe spot now.
And I'm living for it too. They got the Spitfire and it's in the hands of Skittle Cakes. Oh, I'm in danger. That's the scariest sight that I've ever seen. It may as well be Halloween. He's hiding behind the rocks. He's also got that vertical lift to get a better angle on them, but he doesn't even need to. I love this natural cover here that's going to be able to take, but he's got to get out of it now. The Thermite Grenade is pressuring him.
Dexterity goes down. Esports Arena still find themselves in the middle of a battle. I think maybe TDG is taking out 100 Thieves right now. There are so many different fights going on. And now we've got a little bit of a top down here as we see AGG pushing onto these two teams, hoping to get themselves involved in the battle.
This is the fight for that control in the southern part of that circle. This is insane. AGG, ESA, AGG, they're losing this trade. They're the ones rocking the crypto, and Pro is literally one shot. He's trying to pop that Phoenix. We have to see if he's going to be able to do it. But ESA, with this Horizon pick, you see Noct utilizing that lift. You can see him chasing some of these players down. You have nowhere to go. Why are you running? And Duplex finishes things off. AGG, though, 2 down. We're still finding some trades, though, as Pro now gets the knock, but they cannot do it alone as AGG gets taken out. Look how many teams alone have just fallen in that one spot there, Glitter.
I cannot believe that they were able to survive all of that chaos and right now have enough firepower to... Oh my god, no.
They got the G7,
okay.
They got the Spitfire. This is amazing. This is the scariest that I could potentially see ESA. I guess the cherry on top here, Glitter, would probably be a Volt in the hands of Duplex.
Yeah. I mean, the fact that Noct was able to do such a good job zoning off any potential remaining incoming fire so that the rest of the squad could fully reset, loot up the 7 million death boxes that are now in that area available for them to get all sorts of loot from, and we could see Cloud9 down to Stay Naughty in a very tight spot, going to go for that skyward dive and hopefully get a little bit of a reposition to a safer spot to rat from for the remainder of the game. And look at how close all of these other teams are. I mean, we said this could be a possibility, Vicky. ESA struggling in game number 1 and then starting to pop off in game number 2, and this is looking like that's what's happening.
Oh man, it's actually insane here, especially now that Stay Naughty has to play this as a rat. I mean, where do you go? You're between everybody. You're dancing around the bombardment. You're trying to secure some of this KP, and you manage to get a knock onto one of the members of BBG, but you cannot clean up. Literally vibing now. BBG, they're popping off. They got 5-6 kills here, going crazy, and literally vibing. They want in on the action. This bombardment, though, has been able to clear so much space for so many of our teams. It's literally vibing coming to clean up.
Literally, Vibing have a nice little pocket for themselves, but Esports Arena don't want to let them hold on to it. They know exactly where they are. There's only 3 squads left, and Esports Arena is going to be making that push if they can to get rid of that, because you can see the lone Casellos, Vicky, is still alive from the early game, and that is the 3rd squad here.
I'm actually so impressed. He's just letting all the actions happen. This is none of my business here. He may want to get in on some of this KP before ESA, though, swoop it up from underneath his feet, though. They finally clean up, literally vibing, and Casellos is just playing off by the other side. It's just a matter of time before ESA, they take game number 2. And we talked about it before. Had a rough start in that game 1, fell relatively early in the middle of the rotation, but they come right back around and they manage to clean game number 2.
I am getting a wicked sense of deja vu right now. If Esports Arena somehow pulls off an even remotely similar performance to what they did in that first play day, I don't even know what to say at that point. I mean, game number 2 goes to ESA, and they looked strong the entire time, Vicky.
Can we talk about that crazy action happening outside the doors of Jurassic Park, by the way? Third-partying Team Liquid, C9, AGG getting involved. I mean, that was insane, and they finished not only with a win, but with 10 kills, looking very similar to game number 1 with C9. They had finished in second with 12 kills. Here comes ESA not only taking the dub, but securing double-digit kills as well.
Look, I mean, we got to give some props to Casellas as well, because the kills, the KP might not have been there, but the massive difference in placement points that they were able to secure for the unlucky squad by being able to rat out until second place was huge and gives them a massive boost on the leaderboard. And you can see how it holds up against Literally Vibing, BBG, who were getting these big KP games. Unlucky still up there.
Yeah, although with this positioning here that Literally Vibing and Built by Gamers have with the KP and their placement points, they're also going to be able to feel a little comfortable here in the overall leaderboards. As this is only game number 2, there's still a lot more to come, and one more map on Storm Point too.
Yeah, and then we take a look here at the second page. Sentinels having a little bit of a rough game. We watched how Liquid went out 100 Thieves. A lot of these teams look at the kills on TDG, and this is what I love to see, okay? Because that means one placement point means they went out early, right? But they were in some really solid early game engagements, and they were able to pick up on a lot of KP, so now all they have to do is combine that aggressiveness with their placement points, and they'll be in a great spot.
And here we go, the results of Esports Arena taking that game number 2. Skittlecakes putting in that damage, had the Spitfire in his hand, had 1,258 damage, Duplex right behind him, and then Noct. I love how this team overall has just been able to build up so much synergy together. I mean, Skittlecakes and Duplex, of course, out here, but just overall integrating Noct and being able to build each other as a roster after losing Verhols has just been an amazing sight to see for Esports Arena, and they're still popping off out here.
Yeah, this was a very, very impressive way to bounce back after that first game. And I know it's very early in the split, but at this point it almost feels like it's ESA fashion that this is the way they want to handle their gameplay. So now we'll have to see if they can go for the back-to-back win. So let's take a look here at the overall leaderboard so far for the day. Esports Arena making a massive jump up the leaderboards after that dub, putting themselves in second place. Only 2 points behind Cloud9 after their crazy game number 1 performance.
And that should highlight how crazy of a game it really was for C9 to still be sitting in first here with 28 points when they had finished in second place with 12 kills in game number 1. They had secured a good amount of KP too that we saw in game number 2. Although they fell short of the top 3, still ESA is right behind them and they're looking to claim that first place spot.
Yeah, and you even mentioned it, Literally Vibing and BBG with their really solid performances. Huge jumps up the overall leaderboard so far for them, so that's going to be making them happy at least. And then the second page here, TDG making some good jumps as well with that second match. But like you said, very early on in the game, or in the day, I mean, so it's anybody's opportunity. We've seen so many times where games 1, 2, even the first half of the day might not go so well, and then you get some really strong performances in the second half, and it completely turns things on the head. So we're going to have to see how it goes. We've got one more match on Stormpoint coming up, so we're going to go ahead and send it to a quick break. But when we come back, like I said, game number 3 of Stormpoint. Don't go anywhere.
Ashes flush. Nice last team.
This guy behind us. Nice.
Yeah, boys, go.
Lenovo Legion. Gaming PCs that are stylish on the outside and savage on the inside. Lenovo Legion is the official PC and monitor of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Well, game one on Storm Point certainly gave us some surprises, but it seems like it's a return to normality here after game number 2 with ESA taking home the win. Welcome back, of course, everybody to the ALGS Pro League North American gameplay. And Dan Gaskin, ESA did what ESA do. They dominated game number 2 and they have returned to the top of the pile.
Is this the Matrix? Am I seeing some deja vu? We've had this before. Cloud9 win game 1, ESA come in, win game 2. If we see ESA go back to back to back to back again, as Glitter said, then I'm going to be questioning reality, and I'm going to be making sure I touch every single mirror I walk past to ensure it's not going to suck me in like the Matrix does. But yeah, an amazing performance from them. Of course, it was difficult for them in game 1 with the 50-50 that they took so long to do. But the fact that they've been able to now achieve a victory, they should be able to assert some more dominance going into game 3 here. Our last attempt at seeing what they can do on Storm Point before we go across to World's Edge, so it's a big chance for all these teams to pick up points where they might not be able to on World's Edge.
Yeah, another good performance from C9 as well, managing to get into that. I think it was top 7, top 6, what it might have been, the final placement that Naughty managed to get with these redeployed towards the end. So, again, consistency is something I've always got my eye on as well with Cloud9. They've shown that so far in the first 2 games. The only problem is it's only 2 games. There's still 4 more to go. And as you mentioned, now we go into our final game on Storm Point. But for Sentinels, a quiet day so far, Dan. A very quiet day.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about prediction curses. Today it's not you. It's Fallout who's been the curse. He went for Sentinels. I think he regretted that pick as soon as he heard about the potential 50-50. I even saw him trying to bail himself out on social media, but you're not allowed to take a prediction back. It's not how it works, John. But we are going to jump into game number 3. Very excited to see what happens here. Are we going to see some resurgence from the Sentinels? We need to see some life from them. They are a team who have so much potential, who are so good in those engagements, but we've just not seen them hit their form quite yet on Storm Point.
Just going to quote Dan Gaskin here quickly if he's calling out Fallout for looking to change predictions, because he thinks he's going to get away with this, but I'm not letting him get away with it, because if I read out quote for quote, word for word, what he sent me on Discord, wonder if I should change my prediction because of that. But to be fair to you, you didn't, so I respect it. But here we go. Game number 3. You can see the dropship is flying across Storm Point, looking beautiful as ever. All the players going to be catching some rays, but who's going to be catching some stray bullets? That's what we're going to find out now as we jump on board with ESA.
Yeah, and ESA going back to Tatooine. Or are they? It looks like they are going to be alone, so they don't have to worry about Sentinels. We aren't going to see the 50-50s happening again, so they've won that fight, Heavy Sports Arena, once more. I think that we always knew that it was going to come down to game 1 to see who could assert dominance, and it was Esports Arena who came out on top. As for the other teams, of course, there were still a couple of fights and early game fights that happened in game number 2. We'll see if they reside once more here in game number 3. But now this is the last time we'll see Storm Point for the day. Perhaps we might see some more teams trying to get a little bit more aggressive, but at the same time, with circles being a little bit more predictable on this map, we will see those early rotations once we get an idea of where this circle's going to be.
Yeah, I think it's interesting, Storm Point, how it's playing at the moment. Like you mentioned, circles are pretty predictable, right? They seem to follow a very consistent pattern, and teams pretty much know where it's going to end. I can almost guarantee, by the way, everybody, this one's going to end over at Cenote Caves. So, yeah, let's just say that Cenote Caves is where we're going to be ending. But as we see the drop spots coming in for all of the teams, you can see there doesn't seem to be too many contests going down now. SSG and C9 in the vicinity of each other, but not too close to have any particular worries. But going back to the point I was making, the predictability of the circles, I think a lot of teams try and rotate in early, but the circles we've had so far, there just hasn't been the cover for teams to all fit in together to coexist. Whereas, as we see, we're moving down to Cenote Caves, it's a little bit different here. There's more buildings to play, there's a little bit more rock coverage, so it wouldn't surprise me to see us with maybe 16, 17 teams still alive as we enter towards Zone 4.
Your voice kind of broke up and it sounded like you said 67 teams. Imagine if just more teams dropped onto Storm Point, everyone residing in buildings. But yeah, this one, when you look at the previous circles, as you say, this one is even more predictable than the others. The circle direction tends to pull, and it should pull to the far southwest direction for some time, until maybe the late circles, and then it could pull either way. So you are right. I think we're going to see teams rotate very early, especially those who have Valkyrie, which is pretty much the majority. But it's who gets there first, and do you time it correctly? It's very difficult sometimes to try and predict how quickly you have to go. Do you need to loot a little bit longer? Can you afford to loot a little bit longer, or not?
Well, BBG will just leave the gates to Jurassic Park. And are going to be exchanging a few bullets by the looks of things on a team that might be down below, or there might be a few NPCs who are making their way across. Unfortunately, it's not. It's Team Liquid, and they certainly aren't NPCs, as they're going to be firing back here. Both teams catching each other on the rotation. This is something also I wanted to talk about, Dan. The center of Storm Point. There's a lot of POIs that are very, very close to each other. And like you mentioned, you get your timing slightly off on a rotation. You can get caught out by not just a team, like we've seen here, BBG and Liquid kind of working their way through the same areas, but it leaves you open to the likes of Complexity, who are also in the area. 100 Thieves coming from Command Center. All these teams who can cross paths if a second is off on their timing.
And you have these darn dastardly dogs who give away your position as well while you're trying to scarper through the middle of the map. But BBG, Complexity, Liquid, 100 Thieves, they're all quite close to each other when it comes to those drop points. So depending on where that circle goes, they are going to run into one another. You're completely right. So it's down to whether they want to take those fights and risk a third party, or whether they just continue on their merry way, have a wave at one another and say, jolly ho, we will see you a little bit later on, my friends.
You sound like you were going to go into a 1940s kind of radio broadcaster from England. I'm not going to do that right now, maybe a little bit later, but we saw that Sentinels were in a great position there, right inside of Cenote Caves. They're going to be in a really good spot towards the end zone. You can already see that things are starting to look occupied. There's a couple of teams coexisting already, and this always makes for a much more interesting end game for me. When you get those teams layered up on each other, it's those split-second decisions that are made in end game that is what everybody watches Apex Legends for. Those big pop-off moments, the IQ plays coming through that gets you a few extra placements or even that win, as we see Complexity also making their move across the map.
Yeah, you almost have to build a game of Apex Legends, don't you? You get the start where you make sure you loot, you get ready for the mid-game, where you then have to transition to what you would think is going to be the final circle, get yourself into a building, and prepare yourself for the carnage that is the end-game circle. Certainly very different is competitive Apex to your normal matchmaking experience, because more teams are going to prioritize positioning over KP to begin with, and of course with a different scoring system, that's going to be one of the main reasons why. But with this circle and with it being more predictable, I am expecting a lot of teams to try and get in the same building, and without knowledge of knowing who is currently in what building, sometimes as a Valkyrie you will drop down, think it might be free, but then have to take a fight. That's where we're going to see some engagements maybe occur where they wouldn't elsewhere.
We can see All Glory Gaming at the moment feeling pretty comfortable. Esports Arena, not so, but they're going to be pretty well suited to fight here. As you can see, all of them dressed in purple, looking sharp. Some shots going to be exchanged. Noxy's going to be taking a little bit of damage, and so is Duplex on the cross as well. And it looks like Dexteria are up on this high ground at the moment, trying to hold them out and playing Fuse as well. Davis Wave is going to be sending out some horrible knuckle things towards him to cause a little bit of action. And,
horrible knuckle things.
Dude, have you been on receiving end? Do you know what it is? It's because I've been on the receiving end of that numerous times. It's so frustrated. Like,
and you shook your fist and went,
horrible
away.
Knuckle things. Yeah, exactly. You know, it was more of an emotional / actual like gameplay related thing that came out there. It was sorry everybody. You know what I'm getting at though. If you've been on the receiving end of it, you know where I'm coming from here.
Definitely, it can be. You know, there's several legends that I find very annoying to play against, and I do think this is going to be one of the ones that you find yourself in a ring of fire, the Johnny Cash, as it were, and you're just like, why is this legend being played? Why am I seeing this team do so? But we've seen the addition so many times, and we've seen that throughout various maps that have been integrated into ALGS, legend compositions do change, and we will get those niche legends who actually, in certain scenarios, play a very big factor. So maybe that'll be something that Dexterity can play off a little bit later.
We'll have to see if it can work, and we'll have to see if it does work towards that endgame. Like you mentioned, the ultimate can be very, very effective in endgames from Fuse, not only for the damage that it does, but also for the information it gives you on those player outlines. So we'll have to see if it does pay off. However, Team Liquid, a team who had a very good position in that game, #1, weren't able to convert it into a win. They're going to be looking to see if they can do so in game #2. They look like they're set up for the end game as well, but here comes Complexity, maybe to make things a little bit more interesting, to have a polite conversation with them, so to speak.
Yeah, just looking back at the top 20 players for kills in Split 1, but briefly, as Complexity are under a little bit of fire. Just to give you a bit of context for this season, I mean, we saw 26 kills from Esports Arena. Just one individual player from Esports Arena was able to pick up 26 kills in one series day. So that is a significant amount that they'll be trying to chase that total that Sentinels were able to pick up throughout the entire split, by the way. So that shows how well ESA have been performing in previous weeks, but we'll see whether they can carry on their fine form here in game #3.
Well, Stompies is doing his best mountain goat impression at the moment. What are those goats called? Do you know what the ones I mean? Everybody who's watching right now knows what I'm talking about. The goats that kind of live on the side of those kind of sheer mountains.
They're called mountain goats, Mark.
No, is that actually what they're called?
Yeah,
I thought they were
called
okay.
mountain goats.
I thought there was like a more specific type of goat, but they're doing an impression of it anyway. So we'll have to see how Dexterity they do play this one up. Unfortunately, they can't quite climb up there for now. But Stompy's does his best impression and manages to get his hoofs caught in that rock to get him up to the top. But for C9, they're going to be moving through Jurassic Park right now, and as we all know, Dan's probably got the theme tune going through his head. Do not let it out this time, Dan. Save it for another week. But they're looking pretty comfortable for now.
Can I do a dinosaur impression? No, I'll save everything. I won't, I promise. I won't make everyone cringe, and I'll get all the Twitch chat going, cringe, 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 cringe. We don't need to do it right now. But there we see the circle moving even further southwest, as we expected. Actually, slightly more west than southwest, but again, just staying within that island vicinity over in Senate Cave. So everyone is going to be more than happy with the buildings they've been able to pick up. But I can count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 teams who still haven't made their way. So they are very much going to be saying, all right, we haven't been able to get to the circle in the early game because we landed so far away from it. We're going to be playing edge. We're going to be arriving late. Let's see if we can pick up some kills on the way.
One of those teams is Casuals. You couldn't be more far away if you wanted to, inside of that zone and taking a little bit of damage. There's a little Horizon Q for you, just a little bit of a grab lift down, maybe just get a little bit of vision on any teams who might be coming through the surrounding areas. But for now, it's just about crafting, about getting some extra med kits on board to make sure that the worst thing that can possibly happen in Apex Legends doesn't happen to them in this competitive lobby, and that is, of course, going down inside of the zone and saying to your teammates, I mistimed a syringe. Sorry, boys.
And unfortunately, we see it happen far more often than we would like to as well. It's a very easy mistake. Even some of the biggest and best players in the world have made that mistake. So hopefully we don't see it today, but you never really know, as Cloud9 are going to be making their way across the map as well. Still, they are going to be one of those later teams to arrive to the party. But this is something they were able to achieve in Game 1, right? They weren't able to get to that early circle they maybe would have liked. So instead, they played edge, they played the choke points, they fought their way in with every tooth and nail, and they were very successful because of that. A very good team at choosing which engagements they need to take.
Well, Limp Bizkit's rolling. We'll be playing in the background, I'm sure, maybe on the stereo here on this Trident for Furia as they make their way around the edge of zone, and they're going to be maybe just hunting out some teams who might be playing inside of that zone for a little fight. I don't know if they just managed to catch a couple of stray bullets there. They did. So maybe Furia, who were looking for an opportunity to strike on the edge of zone, have found it. We might see Casuals versus Furia here, and they're going to be sunburnt while they do it.
Yeah, remember, Casuals had a fantastic Game 1. They were able to win it, but unfortunately Game 2 was not as pretty for them. Really have been impressive on Storm Point, especially some of these challenger teams have really picked up, maybe played Storm Point a little bit more than some of the more seasoned veterans, shall we say. But Furia, they had a sniff of that, and they said, we do not like the smell, so they decide to make their way out of that position.
Let's see what C9 are doing right now. You can see they're just outside of zone. They've got around 7 seconds until the zone does start to close behind them. Let's see what the plan is. Let's see what they're scheming. And let's jump into a listening with C9.
Right in front of us. This is where they are. They're literally right there. We need to go to the roof. We need Nadia to fly up. Nadia, I need you to scout this building and tell me how many teams you see. If you see multiple people. Do you have a gun that has an optic on it?
Oh, 1x2. Yeah, I'm flying up right now.
I see a window that isn't taken. I see a window right here that isn't being peeked.
I wonder what they found.
Lobe in the bottom. Lobe in the bottom of that building.
No, he means this one. He means this one.
Bro, wrong building. That building.
There's a red and yellow there.
Fuck.
I see a Watson, I think. I'm not even kidding. Do you guys see that?
We should go up top barometer. We should go top barometer.
Yeah, we should be
bro.
going
You
up.
burned all your
I
jet
can't.
fuel, and we can Valkyrie
I still
fire
have
in
it.
there.
Yeah. I don't know, dude. There's, I don't know. You gotta make it clear.
Ratted on here.
Fine. Do you want to just tank zone and get 4?
We could do that, and then I saw a med kit down there too.
No, just hit this. Get 3, bro.
Okay, well I'm hitting this right now.
Just
might get shot at.
Just hit it.
All right.
Oh, look at this building, bro. It's one team holding all of it.
Don't let them see you.
Yeah, there's a guy on the roof.
Back. It does pull back. Oh fuck.
What do you want to do? What do you want to do?
Zach, aren't the rocks out here really playable?
We need to go as wide left as we can and Valkyrie for the bottom floor of that building like now, bro. We have 19 seconds of zone info that no one else has.
Okay.
Or that
we don't have this
a lot
info.
of people have.
Yeah.
It's about to show in 10 seconds though.
I know.
Al, tell me how far we have to get to Valkyrie to my ping. Bottom floor.
I think we can make it, but we have to fly through the left choke.
Do we run into zone?
I think we can do it from like, get under bridge.
I have to heal. I have to heal.
Get under bridge, get under bridge, get under bridge.
There's a team in this building in front of us though.
Fine. There's a team next to them too.
Where do we have to get to?
The rocks. We should be able to do it from right here.
Pop in a syringe.
We should be able to make it if we fly through the left choke. I think. I really don't know, man.
Come here. I don't hear anyone. No one's peeking us.
They're in there, Zach. I know
they're in there. Yeah, you think we can make it from here?
Yes, I think so.
Where am I? Right here?
I don't want to dome.
Right here?
Yeah. Yeah.
Ready?
We're gonna have
I'll
to
just
come
Gibby ult
here.
them so we don't get canceled. I'm Gibby ulting them.
Yeah. Because we're not gonna use it when we land on the building.
Yeah.
Dodge that.
Alright.
Heal up, Zach. Heal up.
Pop your cells and let's go. Come on.
Let's go.
All right, let's go.
Gotta hurry up. Pull it.
I have to pop the cell, man. I don't
Pull it,
die
Naughty.
here. Go.
Keep it at it.
Oh,
Got
that's
cracked
fucked.
again.
That's fine.
Gotta spin. Go that way. Go that way. If you die out
That way,
here,
that
go
way,
ahead,
that
go
way,
ahead.
that way.
It looks
We
like
might be able to
there's a
land in
team.
the rocks. Oh my god, I'm
There's a
getting
team playing
fucked.
there.
No.
We need you land out here. Land out here. Land out here.
Yeah.
As wide left as you can before you die. Alb, you have to get the dome
Let's
on
go
Robbie.
here.
I'm pushing the Valk.
I died in the Valk, you.
Dome him. Dome him.
I'm resing.
They went for 100. They're going to ape us. They're going to ape us.
Can we get around
We
the
need to work to
corner?
the left. Work to the left. Work to the left.
Yes, this is really
There's-
good. This is really good.
We
This is
got
so
ulti,
good.
we got ulti, we
Keep
got
going
ulti.
left.
Over here.
Run over here.
This is
Run
so
over
good.
here.
We have a deep
You have to
corner.
keep running. Keep running. Keep running.
Somebody
Keep running.
run this-
Keep running. Keep running.
I am. I'm shit on though.
So full save. Full save.
No!
Res. Or
Stick
shoot,
it,
Mac.
stick it.
I'm resing.
I have to bat.
I
I
got
need to get your
two.
bub.
Fuck. Keep pressing. Keep pressing. Dome and fight. Or peek. Not Valve. You have to peek. Close left, bro. They're batting. They're batting on you. Naughty, you can win this. Come in late. Naughty, come in late.
No, I couldn't win that at all.
Wow, and that was like a script from a movie, Saving Private Ryan-esque. Run! They weren't able to get away. Esports Arena push in, but now they're under fire.
They certainly are. I mean, there was so much to talk about, but we'll talk about it after this battle. In shoes in front of us, not trying to do what he can, but that's Esports Arena out as well. As literally vibing, coming to ruin the party for two of our biggest teams in the lobby. C9 out, ESA out. And I tell you what, that Valcol was difficult to watch. It was a crash landing. ESA had the read on it. They chased down C9, but maybe it was a little bit too much of a chase. It let literally vibing move up behind them to take them down. And now, as I mentioned, two of our biggest teams out of the lobby, literally vibing, looking pretty good.
Yeah, Cloud9 just made ESA work so hard for it, didn't they? And unfortunately, when Cloud9 are able to stay alive for that long and also emit the damage they did, it just becomes so awkward for Esports Arena. But ESA, they committed to it. So once you commit to that point, there's very rare scenarios where you can actually go back on yourselves, because you know full well you've given up a spot and another team is probably taken from you at this point. But a crazy situation that both teams found themselves in. ESA almost fought their way out of it against literally vibing, but unfortunately we are not going to see the repeat back-to-back wins today, as there is not going to be a glitch in the matrix on this occasion.
Well, Furia are going to be getting heated up by that zone for sure, but they found a spot to play. Team Liquid involved in a fight as well. The bubble is down from them around these caves. This is where we just saw the fight start to ensue between ESA, and Cloud9. Nocturnal now on our screens. He's going to have the car in his hand. He's going to have an opportunity to do some big damage and big numbers, but Gilderson has gone down, so now it's a 2v3, and Liquid look like they're in trouble.
I've seen Liquid already in a 2 versus 3 situation in previous games, and maybe they can make something work here, but you've got to try and hide behind every single rock, but with every single meteor kind of arriving at the moment, you've got to try and stay alive.
Oh, Fun, it's not looking good for you, and it looks like Nocturnal said, I'm sorry, Fun, I'm going to have to let you fall. As 100 Thieves now move in as well. They picked up a couple of kills while all of that was going down. You can see the Baxalon is ready to posture up and fight as well with the revved up Rampage. There's some shots coming in. They should be able to complete the finish onto the down, but for now you can see they're just playing a little bit restricted. They don't want to overextend because they know there's still 18 squads alive in this lobby with not a lot of room, to play with.
Brief look at the circle as well. It is going to move towards those buildings. That 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 teams are going to be around that area, so they're going to be sitting pretty. They're going to be happy as 100 Thieves still looking to try and pick up some KP here, but they are going to be on the very edge. They need to move in soon, so they can't focus on this fight for too long, and it looks like they are going to be getting out of dodge now.
Yeah, really smart call from them, but there is also a team that's having a look at this. You can see the crypto out. I think it might have been called back. So they will be able to escape for now. They will have this choke to themselves, 100 Thieves, and they can walk forward, and they've just got to be careful that they find somewhere to play where some of the teams that are stacked up in these buildings aren't going to have a line of sight on them. This is a tough moment here for 100 Thieves. They're going to have to be extremely careful how they step forward.
This is going to be a tough moment for about 10 teams in the lobby. In these next kind of 30 seconds as this circle moves in, there is not much room to play with whatsoever. All the buildings that are within this next circle, they're already taken, and everyone is going to be looking out of those windows, and they are going to be laying down some suppressing fire.
Complexity having to move in, walk in with this circle as well. 30 seconds for them to do so. Furia looking to do exactly the same. A couple of bubbles down, 3 bubbles actually in the vicinity. And Furia say they don't want any of this. They're going to take the opportunity to get out of here. But now Space Station, they're trying to take residence inside of this building. Big shots and big damage coming in from those grenades as well as the Nile now moves in. That is a clean wipe for SSG. That is about as clinical as you can get in a team fight.
Yeah, TDG got wiped in 16th space, so they won't get any extra points. Now there's only 15 squads remaining. Everyone's picked up 1 placement point, but this is where all hell is about to break loose. Kills in the kill feed, grenades working, and there's so much damage being emitted by all of these teams.
I mean, that's an enemy bubble that might have actually just saved Furia there. You saw the ALGS Star was there. Pandas was probably thinking, I'm going to have to try and tank this. We don't have our own dome available, but now Furia, with that enemy dome going down, just got artificial cover out of nowhere, as now another dome goes down as the team who was doing damage to them just across now is involved in a fight themselves. So Furia getting all of the great timing and great graces you could possibly ask for.
The enemy of my enemy is my friend, or the bubble of my enemy is definitely my friend, and it sometimes works out in your favor. 100 Thieves, they've got some high ground. They can actually work out in a position where they can get a lot of shots on the teams below them, but they've got to be careful about the angles they can be spotted from. Complexity also in a tough situation. Look at all 3 of these squads so close together right now, but just trying to stay alive.
Complexity trying to get under this ridge just so they can survive any bombardments that come down from above. There is that team fight going down just around the corner, so Complexity will be able to reset here. Monsoon's going to be popping the Phoenix kit, while Shiny is going to be popping some cells, and Muffin's going to be popping some shots around the corner. Frag grenade goes out as well. Complexity have found somewhere to be safe, but what's the next step for them?
Got to just try and at this point wait these 18 seconds out and then move with the rest of the lobby and hope you can go unnoticed, unscathed, but it's very difficult to do at this point. All 3 of these teams are going to be moving at the same time. They won't want to focus each other unless they feel like they cannot get to this end game. Then they might jump on each other, might go for KP. Could see Valkyrie ultimates come into play as well at this point, so we'll keep a keen eye on who shoots themselves up into the sky.
It was G-Force who are playing underneath 100 Thieves and Complexity. Complexity looking to take a wide wrap. You can see from the player outlines there. 100 Thieves now going to use the Ash to get up on top of this building. The problem is there's a team in front of them, and now both of them just staring into the whites of each other's eyes. You know they're going to have to fight, but whose bubble's going to pop first?
It's like Star Wars Episode 1 with Darth Maul. Eventually that wall is going to fall, which it does, but both teams back off. They make sure they go elsewhere, but eventually you are going to have to put some shots in. This is the moment where you need to hit them.
Vaxilon goes down, and so does Omnu, so now Scurry's left on his own. Maybe he's just thinking, I'm going to go down at some point. Maybe KP is all I can ask for here. The knockdown shield is there. He keeps him alive for now. And while all of this is going on, Furia have gone out of the lobby. We're down to 11.
Yeah, so many teams that are being in a situation where they lose players left, right, and center, but there's also still players live right now. Little buildings that are being found, little nooks and crannies to take at this point, but also bombardments start to fall. The lobby will slow down at some point, but probably when we get to around 16s.
I don't know how 100 Thieves have managed to find a place to play and managed to get 2 reses off. Not just 1, but 2. Neither player from 100 Thieves got finished there. And I'm pretty sure that Sentinels and Complexity were co-inhabiting a building together as well. All Glory Gaming trying to hold down this high ground. Big shot with the PK from Joe Max will force that team down from height. So they will be kings of this castle for just a few moments.
And remember, with Cloud9 and ESA eliminated, this is such a big chance for these teams to propel themselves into the leaderboard, get up to those top 3 placements, and maybe even take out some of these spots that are being held by ESA and Cloud9. But everything has slightly slowed down. People have managed to find areas that they can reside in, and I think everything will take a pause until teams try and make a decision of how they want to play this final circle that's about to start in 3 seconds.
Final team to go down in all that carnage was Team Liquid. We're now down to 8 as we see G-Force playing on the edge of this building. Mooney's got the R301 in his hand, Complexity inside of one of these small structures. They're going to have to move, though, and Sentinels were co-inhabiting. So where have Sentinels gone? How are Complexity going to move forward now? Big shot coming in, a headshot, and Sentinels are now going to wrap on Complexity. They are behind them, but the bubble goes down to keep them alive. And now, oh no, Lou, he's going to go down to zone.
Unfortunately, just got caught between a rock and a hard place, or the red and the stairwell. Sentinels down to 2, but at least they can work their way up to this little area elsewhere. All Glory Gaming also in a scuffle, but they're going to lose all of their players. They go down in 8, 7 squads left.
G-Force, Mooney gets the armor swap. 100 Thieves who have no right to be in this position, to be completely honest with you. The fact they were down to 1 player, now they have the opportunity to push in and take advantage of the height and the opportunity that presented itself to them. Vaxilon just ripping away at shields with this rampage in his hands. He finds one, he finds two. That will be Sentinels out alongside Dexterity.
Shooting fish in a barrel complexity also fell, and those teams who were in this big building were always going to have the advantage because the small building had to move first. OA still alive, 3 squads remaining. They know there's teams above them, but there's also a team or a player just behind that pill, and that's why we're seeing so much focus right now.
The team that's above Optimal Ambition here is 100 Thieves. What a win this would be for 100 Thieves. Blake, who has the opportunity to throw the defensive bombardment down. 100 Thieves just waiting. As the rat is taken out, that was Torrent's last player alive. Yuri's trying to do what he could. The defensive bomber goes down as 100 Thieves now make their move. The bubble is down. Onmu is also down. Vaxlon trying to do what he can with the Peacekeeper in hand. The new pickup for this team. He picks up one, but can he clutch what would be a 3v1 for 100 Thieves? The answer is no, as Optimal Ambition come through with a win in your game number 3.
OA were waiting in that building, just sitting pretty throughout all of that carnage that was unfolding outside of their very window. They shut the curtains at one point. They said we don't even want to look at the storm that's out there. But when they did open those curtains, boy was it a sunny day to look at, because they were able to just pick up those kills for free. A difficult 3v3 engagement that had to happen in that final circle for them, but they held strong, they hit their shots, and that's all you've got to do in those final moments.
Sometimes it comes down to just that, right? It comes down to just hitting those big shots in those final moments. The bubbles went down, and it was just a bubble fight for the win, but 100 Thieves, I think, are going to be pretty happy with the second place, I have to say, from the position they found themselves in. I still don't know how they stayed alive, and nobody took the attention or the moment just to spot there was one player alive who was healing behind a knockdown shield. Obviously, the teams had other priorities, but for Optimal Ambition, I mean, again, another team coming through, Dan, that we haven't even mentioned today with a win. And like you mentioned with ESA and C9 going out early, the opportunity to jump up the leaderboard is there, and they have taken it with 20 points in our game number 3.
When you don't have ESA and Cloud9 gobbling up all of the kills and those points away from you, it is going to allow maybe a team who hasn't been in the spotlight to take it for themselves. And Optimal Ambition, who probably had like 2 or 3 points prior to this game. I mean, in terms of kills, I think Vicky Kitty was saying in the chat, they had like 1 kill before this game, but look at that, 8 kills come through alongside first place, a big 20 points that will put them probably top 5 minimum. And now 100 Thieves, as you go back to that storyline, as you go back to the fact that how they were able to achieve it, they will be delighted to put those 17 points on the scoreboard. And because we're not seeing ESA completely wipe the floor with the lobby like we did in week 1, that means there is going to always be that chance that someone can overtake them, someone can actually show what they're made of in World's Edge, and perhaps take this entire lobby.
It'll be very interesting to see how it is going to play out as we move over to World's Edge, of course. Esports Arena and C9, the most surprising thing, though, to see those 2 teams out, the first 2 teams out of the lobby in our game number 3. But they do already, of course, have some points on the board. But I think you're right, Dan. It's certainly going to shake it up, this win for Optimal Ambition. And I think the 100 Thieves, when we get to see the leaderboards, they're going to be jumping right up into contention as well.
Yeah, they are, because when you look at the first and second games from the 2 teams who won it, it was around a 25-point situation, and then, of course, a big drop-off in game number 3, where we only saw 3 points picked up by ESA. But just looking at the damage and the kills that were able to be picked up by Optimal Ambition there, they are going to be feeling on top of the world right now, or on top of Stormpoint anyway, and perhaps they're going to be pretty upset that we change over to World's Edge, because they just about found their form, they just about got to a comfortable situation where they were matching everyone else in the lobby, and now everything changes once more. You press that reset button, of course they can carry the momentum, they can carry the hype and adrenaline, but can they carry the points through? Can they have a successful game like they just had when World's Edge comes into the fray?
We'll have to wait and see if that is going to be the case. We're going to bring Fallout back in now as the players get set up and move their attentions towards World's Edge, as will we. But John, I mean, there's one thing that we can predict today. It's going to be unpredictable, and that's what we've seen.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, Gaskin at the end there, he said Optimal Ambition finally getting their footing on Stormpoint, but also keep in mind, I mean, they dropped C-Note Cave, and they really kind of got blessed with that circle. But meanwhile, teams like Torrent, teams like Complexity had to rotate max from the northeast side of the map to get there, and you saw them make it to the late game. So kudos to Optimal Ambition. That is huge. It's a monstrous game. 8 kills, and I think it goes to show, if you can early rotate, you're still bound to get kills if you just make it to late game. I mean, 7, 8, 9 kills if you can make it to the top 3. And Optimal Ambition really proves why early rotations are so crucial in that match number 3. But of course, taking a look at the replay for those that maybe missed it. Match number 1, Sentinels versus ESA in that early fight. I don't think we're going to see it on screen here, but that, of course, set the stage, didn't it, Outside?
It certainly did. It was the perfect way to the kind of, what is it called, the curtain lifter? That's something like that, isn't it? Something like that they say in the industry, so to speak. But the best way to possibly start off with a huge team fight for a drop spot. Shout out to not only ESA for winning that in the 2v3, but also I think for the egos being put aside for Sentinels as well, to move away from that spot and think, hey, there's bigger things to put our attentions to in games 2 and 3. But I mean, Casuals coming through with the win in game number 1. I think, with all due respect to Casuals, there's not many people who would have backed them to come through and win in the way they did, but they had a great position towards the end game as the fight broke out in that egg, and yeah, they were the ones that swept up the pieces and took home the win.
Absolutely. Akuma Ras, of course, the lone player from Mexico on that squad. Kudos to Casuals for a strong game number 1. And Optimal Ambition won game number 3. So a couple of our Challenger Circuit teams showing up here on Storm Point. Sentinels, obviously, in game 2, found themselves at least a little bit of a footing before getting taken out early here, but decided not to take that fight after losing it in game 1 against ESA, Gaskin.
Yeah, and it allowed ESA that platform, right, to find success once more. They seem to be very comfortable when it comes to Storm Point. They know how they want to play it. They've got a composition completely tailored towards it, as have many other teams. But they were able to farm a considerable amount of kills and played that final circle so successfully. It made it so difficult for other teams to try and pick up those kills with the way they were navigating through the bubbles that were being thrown, not just by themselves, but by other teams as well. And it was all just falling into place for Esports Arena.
Yeah, monstrous game number 2 for ESA. 10 kills, first place at the 22-point game, which puts them in a nice second place behind C9 going into game 3. But speaking of C9 and ESA in game 3, it was actually ESA aping C9, but then getting aped themselves. They got taken out pretty early on set.
Yeah, it certainly did. It was not the fight maybe we expected to see right at the start of the game, but this push from Space Station was certainly something that stood out for me. It was always a good thing when you don't lose a player and you don't get one of your teammates fall down in one of those team fights, especially when you come out with a shield still to play with. But 100 Thieves, there's so many moments to talk about. Not only the way that they made it into the zone, but the way that Onmu, I think it was, managed to survive behind a knockdown shield for so long to get those reses back while all of the carnage was kind of happening around them. So shout out to 100 Thieves. Maybe a little bit of a misplay from the rest of the lobby to let that happen, but I mean, Optimal Ambition, I mean, the perfect circle for them, like you mentioned, dropping over where the circle did end. But I want to give a shout out to Boxer T as well, because for me and Dan, that is a kind of game attack that we can get behind as Englishmen.
I just put that 2 and 2 together. I was just going to call them box, but you know what? As the British people, you spot the brilliance there. And I got to say, kudos to Optimal Mission. You say kudos to 100 Thieves. They third-party that fight on Rooftop. Kind of got what was a fair god spot, if you will. They had high ground. They were able to get that last member of Torrent. I think it was Urice alive. And then really a big shot to Optimal Mission. Very perfectly placed Gibraltar ult to obviously get some early damage, force the early bubble to come through from 100 Thieves, and actually win the 3 versus 3 fight on low ground, despite a really nice kind of 180 Thermite grenade that was hit from a member of 100 Thieves. Optimal Ambition wins the pure 3 versus 3 fight and gets a first place win. That was kind of much needed. Before that game, they only had 1 kill. So an 8-kill first place win. That's a 20-point game for Optimal Ambition. Will put them in the running. And as I say that, here you go. 23 points alongside 100 Thieves. They skyrocket 15 places, which you love to see that opportunity, because that means we have an evenly spread leaderboard here, Gaskin. ESA in first place with 29, but look, Casuals are in 10th with only 17. That's 12 points behind. That's it.
Yeah, it shows how close this lobby is, and it also gives a lot of confidence, I would say, and maybe belief for those who are still in the bottom half of this leaderboard, because all it takes is one game, you're right back up there, and you're in the runnings to not just get a top 5 finish, but actually you still could win this entire lobby. Even though Esports Arena, they had that big game 2, and they've had the amazing week 1 where they completely destroyed the records. It doesn't look like that's going to happen here. A far more even lobby that is going to be contested right down to match number 6. I predict that this is going to be back and forth between several teams right down to the wire.
Yeah, I'm excited. You know, one thing that's interesting about North America compared to EMEA, especially on Storm Point, is North American teams tend to play for Edge just for the sake of fighting Edge, because they say, we're an Edge team, we have to play this way. But on Storm Point, it's a little bit harder to play for Edge, because there's not as many choke points and basically different sides of a mountain where you can fight 3v3 fights without getting third-partied. I think you're susceptible to many more third parties on Storm Point. But for teams like Sentinels on this list here, built by gamers, other squads that like to play Edge, they're going to be so incredibly grateful to be moving to World's Edge here. Of course, Sentinels in particular finally can get their drop spot uncontested. They'll be dropping in Lava Siphon uncontested, but you have to keep in mind it might not be the end of the fight against ESA, because ESA drops in Lava City just to the right of them. I'm excited to see if that fight continues to happen here, as of course ESA will be right on their trail. So something tells me it's not going to be the end of the Sentinels versus ESA fight on set.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me to see those two kind of crossing paths, should we say, maybe on a rotation. But at the same time, I think they're both going to be extremely aware of where they are, and I don't think either team is going to want to take that fight too early on. But I think World's Edge is going to be very, very interesting because, like you mentioned, I feel like at the moment, even though teams are scrimmed, there's been a couple of weeks of play now on Storm Point, teams still aren't comfortable on it. Teams still haven't worked out the intricacies of how they want to play. If you can't get into zone, how do we want to approach things? All these things that have been perfected by teams on World's Edge. So there is that kind of unpredictability, but now we get to see maybe some consistency from some of our top teams, or maybe the confidence that's going to flow through the teams who have just performed on Storm Point is going to carry over onto World's Edge, and we can just have another unpredictable 3 sets of games here.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I know we're starting to kind of preview and tee up World's Edge, but let's actually take a final look and say goodbye to Storm Point after games 1 through 3 and all the drop spots here. And obviously, big part of what the discussion points were at Sentinels, obviously getting kind of bullied out of the mill. This is a really, really big week, right? Because this pretty much firmly established that ESA is going to own mill. And the fact that they took that 2v3 with such confidence over Sentinels and won that fight, clutched that 2v3, may have just guaranteed them the mill drop spot for the rest of Pro League Split 2. Sentinels, of course, opting to give that up after Game 1, and, of course, by Game 3, dropping in the no-name POI just to the southeast of the mill, as you see there. Meanwhile, Torrent, Furia, 100 Thieves, dropping in the northeast side of the map, but still making it with a very, very fast and far rotation all the way to C-Note Cave in game number 3, where Optimal Ambition was awaiting and posting up. They obviously had kind of defensive advantage in that fight and ended up winning that game with a zone that pulled down to the southeast in C-Note Cave. Optimal Ambition ends up on top. And then we didn't really hear a whole lot from TDG, from Unlucky, E8, and some of these other squads that drop in the northwest side of the map. And of course, that Cloud9 versus Space Station potential 50-50 that we thought would happen. Sounds like there was a bit of a gentleman's agreement in that fight as they decided not to force the 50-50. Both teams were able to loot and make it to late game, but we didn't really hear a whole lot out of SSG on Storm Point. So that wraps up our first 3 games on Storm Point. Of course, we're going to be moving here to World's Edge in just a moment. Gentlemen, before we, of course, jump to a very quick break and bring back Vicky and Glitter, any final kind of predictions, thoughts, storylines going into World's Edge?
I think we're going to see this go all the way down to Game 6. I got to be honest with you, and I can see maybe C9 ESA, let's just say a 3v3 in the final circle, 2 teams alive. I'm predicting the future today. I feel confident today because my prediction's actually not doing rubbish, so I feel good.
Gaskin, anything with you?
I think that we learned a lot from Game 1 and the 50-50 we saw between 2 of our best teams in this lobby, but I'm also very proud that Sentinels did drop their ego, they did move away from that POI, and maybe that's a lesson learned for a lot of teams because it allows the game to naturally flow. You don't get 2 of the best teams just fighting very early, but at the same time, we also saw 2 of our other biggest teams fight. It was the first engagement we saw a little bit later on. Cloud9 maybe scrapping a little bit with ESA. There's a lot of bad blood, I think, between these teams in this particular lobby, even if it's not outside of the game, certainly within this game. So I'm sure we're going to see some very aggressive fights happen here or there when we get into World's Edge.
That's right. Well, a lot of bad blood between these teams overall. Top 10 from Pro League qualify to Split 2 playoffs. So we'll, of course, be fighting and vying for that top 10 spot. Things are certainly interesting here on day number 4 of the Pro League. It's Friday night. Hope you're enjoying some Apex so far. We got 3 more games to go, and it's anyone's Pro League day at this point. Anyone can win. Only about 15 to 20 points separates first and like 18th place, which is the scoreboard I love to see heading into a game number 4. We're going to jump to a quick break. Before we do that, I want to remind y'all to follow us on all things socials at Play Apex Esports on Twitter, youtube.com/Play Apex Esports, brand new TSM Road to Split 1 Playoffs victory content piece that was uploaded recently. Make sure to check that out. And of course, hit the follow button on Twitch as well here at Play Apex, the Play Apex Esports content on Twitter. Shout out to Nixie. The new Twitter that kind of formed going into Pro League has been pretty awesome. So really been enjoying that content, that is for sure. But hey, that's going to be it for us for now. When we come back, we'll have Vicky Kitty, we'll have Glitter Explosion ready to take us over to World's Edge for game number 4. I am excited for the latter half of this competition. We'll see who performs. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, everybody, to the ALGS Pro League North America. We are officially halfway through today. Stormpoint is done. It is time, Vicky, for us to switch on over to World's Edge. And this is where stuff can start to change because World's Edge so far has been historically the map for our more established squads.
Yeah, these Challenger Circuit teams, they look like they are built diff on Stormpoint, but can they replicate the same results going into World's Edge? I'm expecting teams like 100 Thieves to feel like they are comfortable here. We saw them just pop off when we did enter World's Edge on that first day. OA has been one of those teams that have been popping off. We just saw them win game number 3 with 8 kills. And between OA and Casuals, who had won game 1, I love what I'm seeing from our Challenger Circuit teams. I feel like this is really good representation to highlight the talent that could come through that open bracket into these Pro League games to really sway out the results.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you guys are wondering how that happened, don't forget that from Split 1, there were teams that got relegated, and that's what gave the opportunity to those Challenger Circuit teams to make their way in here for Split 2 so they can battle it out for playoffs and then obviously the championship as we take a look here at our top down and see where the zone is going to pull. And you know right now, Vicky, that Complexity is very happy.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, because they got not only Epi and the beacon at Epi, they're going to be able to take Survey. You can see Omnu just kind of looting the train tracks, just kind of moving all the way up, maybe get some information. Doesn't want to go too far up ahead as Complexity is right there. But we can expect this circle to be pulling way more to the north, and any of these squads that are going to be rotating from the southern part of the zone now into that second circle once the first one closes, you know a lot of chaos are going to go down just to fight for that beacon.
Oh, absolutely. You're going to see all these teams trying to get that extra information because we know how important it is to know exactly where those zone shifts are going, especially on World's Edge. Cloud9 also on that northern side over by Climatizer. Going to be in a really good setup spot moving forward throughout the rest of this match. But now we're checking in with Liquid over in Skyhook. And all of these teams that are on the north, and you know, we mentioned this, I think we mentioned it yesterday, but we got a good variety of those northern-ish zones yesterday. Now we're starting off with a very heavy northern pull here for the first game on World's Edge. So those teams have to be happy with that history of the southern pulls.
Yeah, almost rarer than my chances of getting a shiny Pokemon out here, but it's great. But now you get to see Built by Gamers. They're using the Phase Breach to actually not take this fight, choosing their battles, noting when to disengage is a good move as Sentinels are coming in right from their 6, and that's actually the reason why they use that Phase Breach. They understood that Sentinels, who usually land in Lava Siphon, may have wanted to go in for a third party, may have wanted to get involved with this fight, and BBG, they understand that they don't want to try to take both of these squads, so they're going to opt to just prioritize a rotation just like EA does.
You know, and the thing is, this is Sentinels territory, right?
Oh,
they
yeah.
have not left here since day 1, and we've seen teams try to even just contest Sentinels, and they're not having it. That is their comfort zone. So I, too, would make the decision to rotate away and play a little bit safer in that scenario, regardless of how Sentinels had performed on Stormpoint, especially considering that they did pick it up in that final match. But now we're checking in with Start a Fight as we see them trying to do a little loot distro here amongst each other and get themselves the exact loadouts that they are hoping to have moving forward. They're probably going to at least call this home for a little while because they don't want anything too crazy to start popping off. But now we've got a nice top down here. 100 Thieves already making a rotation over towards the zone. AGG in another one of those buildings. Then Start a Fight is that third team that's in the corner. So they've got a little trifecta going on right now.
Oh, yeah, but you know which team I got my eyes on right now, Glitter? It has to be AGG. All
Yes.
Glory Gaming have been running that crypto, and that's why you see sometimes teams just drop their shield, wait out that EMP, time it properly, but that's also going to give AGG intel that none of these teams are going to have unless they're running the Bloodhound themselves or crypto, where we've seen also OA run here. Space Station now want in on the fight, but maybe a little too late as a lot of these buildings in Survey Camp have already been taken over.
Yeah, and I think that they're right behind Start a Fight's building, so there is potential here if SSG decide they want to try and take some ground to just push in, and they do, but it looks like Start a Fight's already bailed, knowing that this could potentially be a messy situation, giving the opportunity for the Caustic to set up shop here for SSG.
I love how we see Frex go on the Bloodhound for Storm Point, where we don't usually get to see Bloodhound because, you know, in those late circles it's so crucial, but it can be difficult to get a good scan on a team in the middle of those rotations for those bigger circles. But then we also see Frex now on the Caustic as we move into World's Edge, and that's why they wanted to secure those buildings, because they're playing for late circle. They're trying to secure these buildings to prevent any of these other teams from booting them out, like Starter Fight essentially was.
Yeah, and these buildings are very popular and valuable real estate for this specific northern zone shift, and they are going to have to be pretty solid in their defending of this area. But the Caustic is going to be so crucial in doing that, because if there is the option between pushing a building that does not have caustic barrels everywhere or pushing one that does, you don't want to deal with the gas.
I'm upset, Glitter. They have the gold helmet. You know what that means? You're going to get those barrels up quicker. You're going to get that Nox grenade quicker. You're going to be able to grief even faster. I hate to see it, but I love to see it for that team in particular running that composition. Complexity, though. This is a team that we were highlighting early before, and I think this is very interesting to see that they decided to take the real estate north of Survey, because we've seen the circle pull in this direction. Sometimes we see the circle end on top of that with those railroad tracks. And in this position that Complexity is in, they could utilize the natural LOS that the rocks do provide for them, and without them trying to overextend at the same time.
Yeah, this is looking like they've got, obviously, some people know where they are on this very, very far northern side of this zone right now, and they're going to have to decide how exactly they want to fight these people off. Looks like they're going to be looking to their west and trying to keep the people coming in from those train tracks at least away from their position for now. But what that's going to do is start to draw some attention this way, and hopefully not in a negative sense for Complexity.
Talking about attention, though, there's a fight happening over at Landslide, and Sentinels are playing this very passively, actually calling to reposition, disengage, because they know that that squad up on the high ground on top of that platform, it's TDG. This is a great and favored spot for TDG to start their rotations, to make their way over from the other side of the circle, and it's Sentinels who are waiting for them on the other side of this tunnel. I'm wondering if Sentinels are just going to opt to rotate longer to go through the tunnel if they want to try to prioritize their positioning, because on the other side of the tunnel, we could see it's ESA waiting for them to come into their open arms.
Yeah, that's a little bit scary. This is going to be probably a pretty important call for Sentinels, because this could determine how long they're able to survive moving forward in the rest of this match. TDG looks like they're already down from that high ground, looking to see if they can maybe get some better angles on Sentinels as they hide in the small little tunnel there. And this is interesting. We've got more teams coming in that TDG has their eyes on from the other side of Landslide right now, that they might end up getting in an engagement with, potentially opening up the opportunity for Sentinels to push their way through safely.
Yeah, it looks like it's GeForce actually that are making that rotation, the quiet but deadly rotation, as I don't think TDG is expecting this. I mean, this is more of a playstyle that we see happen on Storm Point, but GeForce actually backing off, trying to go a way longer rotation. But you know what this means? If they go through the other side of that circle, and then you have Sentinels wanting to go into the ring, since this is just ring one, they're not going to be taking too much damage. Naturally, GeForce and Sentinels would inevitably come and clash together in the middle of these rotations. So as GeForce, they want to loot up. They want to take advantage of the Replicator right now. They want to be able to get those extra heals if they need. As right now, I believe in the Replicator, it's the purple shotgun bolt that hammer points, and the purple knockdown shield, and the mobile respawn beacon that we sometimes see used as makeshift cover. But Sentinels are still poking up. They still see that TDG is holding the edge of the circle, so they're just going to call it off. They're going to call their game plan to just rotate through the backside of the tunnel.
They had to check. They had to see if TDG had in fact backed off or not, because it would have been the easier rotation to go through on the landslide side of things, but they are going to end up having to go out the other end, and that will potentially cause some rotation problems on the back end for Sentinels, depending on who they come across as they make their way through the map. But TDG did a very good job zoning them off and kind of at least nailing down this one area of the zone for themselves, and now they can play the edge pretty safely.
Yeah, and I'm not too sure if TDG even know that there was another team trying to go on from their 6, which is GeForce, that are actually opting to rotate right back towards Landside. They're not going to take a longer approach here. It's Furia who are rocking Exodia, full gold Evos for every member of this team. They see another squad holding the edge of the circle. They're just trying to find a position now, maybe opting to take that jump tower if they need to, but they look pretty comfy in terms of loot.
Looks like they're trying to at least push their way through that northern pass portion of the train tracks and get out while they can, but so many teams have already made their way through that they're going to be running into whoever was between them and Complexity. That Complexity was shooting at, unless it was Furia and they backed off into the zone. They decide to play things safe here, take the zip line, take the balloon, try to reposition here because it's probably the better option. There are so many teams that are already so far north in this zone and holding valuable real estate that the information they're going to get right now from the Valkyrie's passive is going to be huge.
Yeah, and you know what's shocking here too? There's still full 20 squads up and alive. Not a single player has dropped yet, and Ring 2 is closing in right now, so you could only imagine how congested the circle's about to get, Glitter.
Oh, it looks like people know exactly where Furia rotated away to. They are above, but we are watching Team Liquid's perspective. They're going to see if they can nail some wingman shots on those teams that are rotating away. Let's actually do a quick listen in with Team Liquid and see what they're thinking to do here.
I'll watch zone.
He's selling this nasty heady with gold.
Backing up.
I'm just looking for perp.
Look at the look at hill right here. Look, come to me, Fun. Can you see him in the doorway?
Yeah.
Alright. We have to force Complexity off to get one of the RVs.
Okay.
You guys just need to start pressuring that now.
Okay.
$70 on Ash. 66 on Valk, I think.
You two alone should be able to bleed them out.
Are they getting shot from the other side too?
They should be.
Gibby.
The Gibby's probably bled. Valkyrie from survey. Yep.
I don't see anything, dude.
I'm letting him go.
Okay.
Now I'm shooting middle.
Okay, let him go.
Oh, dude. 110 on him. I'm reloading.
45 gold on one.
Let's just move up.
Yeah.
They went deep southeast.
Okay.
Wish I got the kill.
I full moved off to the
I'm
other side.
third one over here, by the way. I'm not sure.
Okay.
I'm clearing it then. Team in here.
Is our north good or not? Is that a good spot? Should we play here or should we play inside the RVs? Team in front of RV. RV, east.
Yeah.
Caustic team, 40 purple.
30 on Caustic.
I'm watching behind us. Team behind us. Team behind us. Team behind us.
Where?
West.
Okay.
We're safe right here for the moment, but we need to close off our whole west. There's a Valk right here peeking.
I need any sniper ammo you find.
Okay. There's a devotion right here if you want to get that.
I still have 9 shots in my charge. Do we just want to play?
I heard him fly right here.
No.
He's right here. He's right here.
I love it. Even though right now they're just slowing their own gameplay, they're noting where all the teams are rotating into to just get to the same spot they're in. But look at this, Glitter. Talk about congested out here. How many teams? I see 3. I see 4. This is actually insane. And we were just talking about Esports Arena in the middle of that listening. You and I noting that there was a Cossack team that has already been situated inside Climatizer, and that's going to be so important for this final circle. And of course, with the performance that ESA had in the first day, it's no surprise that Skittles is still on the Caustic.
This zone is hurting my soul a little bit. There is such a limited cover, and from that top down, Climatizer is terrifying right now. There are teams stacked on top of each other, next to each other. They're just trying to get whatever little sliver, shred of real estate they can as we see players starting to get knocked in that kill feed. And look at this top down. I mean, we can see you've got AGG, you've got Dexterity, there's Cloud9, who's been holding this area the entire time. We've got Complexity, who rotated over this way when they realized where the zone was shifting. Torrent's holding a spot. I mean, I can't even list all the squads that are now stuck here on top of each other in layers.
Ooh, those last final shots. Missing, rare sight there from Skittles, but it doesn't matter because that was E8 who was on the high ground who got taken out. Skittles with the kill leader title. top of his name, but can that change easily with the amount of teams that are up in this spot alone? I mean, looking over by the other side, you can see Unlucky hanging out by the outskirts. We see the circle sometimes pull away from this building on the outskirts, so it's actually a really good spot for Unlucky to hold, but they want in on the action. They need this KP, because a lot of these teams are going to play this much slower once these teams find their real estate inside that building.
Ooh, and the teams that have been holding all of these small trailers that are now going to be forced to push their way out are going to have to do it in a very aggressive battle style. And we'll have to see how that plays out. But Esports Arena Duplex able to do so much damage down below on to start a fight who's stuck in a very, very rough spot.
What do you do in that situation? Where can you even go? I mean, even if you try to redeploy and you bubble, you're still a sitting duck. Everybody has you in their line of sight, including ESA out here. See Skittles throwing out those barrels, could use that as some makeshift cover, but guess what? I hear Crypto in the area. They are lurking, and with that EMP, it could delete not only the Gibby domes, but it could delete these caustic barrels that were set up as well.
And with how many teams are stacked on top of each other, a well-placed EMP could decimate some people. It could be very, very scary. So we'll have to see how useful that Crypto really is in this situation as the portal is being taken away from all of that toxicity that was just down below and to start a fight.
What? This has been a rough game so far for Starfight. To have to play this from the low ground, they're still in the line of sight of any team that's going to rotate right behind them as Aves actually gets shot up from that exact same spot. There are so many angles that these teams have on them, but not everybody can fly vertically up as Team Liquid so close. They get taken out. It's Mooney that has been able to move in. James Fearless right on top of that. This team now has been able to just take control. It's G-Force, a team that we actually saw rotate from outside the circle. They are beautifully late to the party, but even better as they're able to claim the edge of the circle here.
So many teams just went out. Start a fight was finally finished as well at the same time that Liquid went out, and now there's just so much loot in the hands of G-Force. Like you were saying, they're on a great position on the outside of all of this action and potentially in a very good position to third party for themselves, as we can see all of the squads that are now holding down this half of Climatizer are forced to just play this poke battle. It's a game of chicken. Who's going to go first? Who's going to push out first or put themselves in a potentially bad spot with all of we've got all the tacticals, all the ultimates coming in right now, and it's just a battle of who can survive the longest.
Yeah, and Sentinels have the front row seat to the entire show right now. They're going to be able to have so many of these teams in their line of sight just in the middle of this rotation. 100 Thieves in trouble. Scurry's going to be able to pop that shield bat, but Sentinels, they have that team up in their sides. One of them is already knocked, and they're only able to use that crate for some of that extra cover, but they have so much verticality that they're working with that this position that Sentinels is holding is amazing.
Combine that with the Rampage, and they're going to be able to do some serious damage. I mean, they've got death boxes for the extra loot right now, as we see Onmu going down in the kill feed. That's going to be rough for 100 Thieves right now. They're probably in a bit of a spot. Cracks coming out of Shiny. Nice clean up there with the Rampage. I mean, Complexity's been able to hold this spot for a long time, and that is 100 Thieves down now for this game. Okay. All right, hold on. Complexity is going to be doing some looting here. We're going to get Vicky back in here just a moment, and while we're waiting for her, I'm going to keep hanging out with you guys. This is a little bit of a lull. Now that 100 Thieves has been taken off of that low ground, it's giving everyone else that's in that safe cover some time to reset and get some more loot back in their hands. Sentinels, though, are going to be in such a strong position knowing where every single one of those outskirts teams is currently sitting and knowing where all of the teams below them inside of the building are, and not having to worry about taking in any damage from them. So they are looking very comfortable right now, Vicky.
All right, Glitter, we're back, and I came back to the chaos, the bombardment getting taken down, Cloud9 hanging out inside of this Nox gas at the same time. Great positioning as they're going to be able to play outside the dome, but with Zach getting taken down, Abra lately cleaning up. G-Force gets taken out, but they're in the middle of two teams.
House, all right, Stay Naughty tries to escape with whatever semblance of health left they can, trying to get the bat off. It's not going to happen because there are too many people trying to clean up those outside teams. Castellos, once again, the lone player for Unlucky, trying to play the escape tactics, but there are too many squads trying to push their way in on this final zone, but finds a safe corner to somehow get a bat off?
I was so scared for that Valve attack right there, noting that it could have just been flesh built by gamers on the other side. They just use up their dome. They also get a knock onto Senox. Huge knock right here. They want to try to push into this, but without putting themselves out in the open as Casellas tries to fly away. Casuals also was popping off in the feed earlier now as there's 7 squads left, and we've seen this circle end up outside the fence before, and that's why we were highlighting why what a good spot for Casellas' team to really hang out on.
Okay, there were so many names that just popped up in the kill feed there. We had Torrent fighting Complexity, and I think Torrent went down. You see Muffins is still up there for Complexity. 5 squads are now left after all of this chaos. BBG is down to 1, Wicked being the last remaining player. The bubble does come out to see if they can maybe get that res. Hopefully able to get one off, but as soon as it happens, the push starts to come in, and they're going to have to fend off those enemy players. Esports Arena, though, this entire time, Vicky, looking fantastic for themselves.
Yeah, this is a spot that ESA is so comfortable playing, and they still have Skittles up on that Caustic. That Nox Grenade is going to be so deadly for this final circle, but look at the open space that is between ESA and Casuals. Casuals being the winners of game number 1. Game number 2 is taken by ESA, and now Casuals are forced to play off of this open ground, but they want to play it smart, because you know that ESA is trying to tear them from the left side, trying to pull this team thin.
Yeah, I mean, the cover that Casuals have is actually pretty massive for them to be able to use, because ESA, I think, has to come out from behind those walls before Casuals need to leave this one tower out in the middle of nowhere. So we're going to have to see how good they are able to do, but they've got the Gibraltar ultimate coming in, that bombardment doing a massive amount of work as far as obstructing the vision, but the black hole pulls Esports Arena away, at least for a little bit of time, and Skittlecakes is trying to recover and push up on the remaining members of Casuals. The PK shot, Vicky, coming out insane. Esports Arena is your champs for game number.
Come here off of that black hole looked so funny, but it didn't matter. At the very end, closing in that gap, utilizing that dome to close that space was beautiful right there. But can we talk about how both Casuals and ESA fragged out of their minds that game? Before Casuals had fallen to ESA, when they were still situated into trying to traverse through that open ground, they were sitting at 10 kills. Absolutely insane game for both Casuals and ESA.
And we asked for it, we talked about it, we wanted consistency, and we have 11 kills on both of these teams. First and second place finishes for teams that have already won a game today. And it might not be back-to-back for Esports Arena, but 2 dubs, I mean, I'll take it.
Oh my goodness, 11 kills, yeah, and it's that consistency that allows ESA to continue on with their dominance. In the first week, we saw them pull up triple digits. They're looking to replicate that now. Although maybe taking them a little bit longer, more longer than they feel more comfortable, they're still finding these dubs. 2 wins now in favor for ESA, and those double-digit kills on top of that.
You know, I mean, yet another insane game. Also, like, you know, shout out to BBG with the 8 kills. Very, very strong finish. I think what's even more surprising, though, is the fact that we were looking for a lot of those heavy hitters that are not necessarily giving us the performances that we were looking for. Once again, we're getting so much variety in these matches. I mean, we even heard Anta and Gaskin talking about it. There's a very real potential for these second 3 games, even though it's on World's Edge, to still be just as chaotic as the first 3, and I feel like that's what we're getting.
Yeah, and now I usually see ESA, now that we could see their results after that game, they went crazy, but Duplex, I see you putting in that work. Over 2,000 damage, knocked with the follows with those 5 kills. Skittles, of course, doing what Skittles does best, is cleaning up after the rest of this squad, and I love what I'm seeing from this team. Always very consistent, not only with their damage output, cleaning up with their kills. Not only is this the second game that they win, but again, it's the second game that they win with double digits, because in game 2, when they did win, they finished with 10 kills. So right now, that close leaderboard, that close overall leaderboards that we were looking with our teams, has now started bridging up that gap for ESA to take that first place spot.
I cannot believe that he had almost 2,500 damage and only 2 kills.
Yeah, you hate to see yourself getting griefed by your team, but at least you love it when they can claim that KP for you. It ain't like ranked where you can isolate your own SR.
Massive performance either way out of Esports Arena as a whole, but Casuals with yet another dominating performance, jumping them 8 positions up the leaderboard right now, knocking down Cloud9, knocking down Optimal Ambition, and Complexity getting themselves a nice little boost as well. I thought we were going to have a little bit of a gap with Esports Arena, and it's starting, Vicky.
Oh, yeah, 52 points. Meanwhile, Casuals sitting in second place with 37 points. Just before this game, Casuals was in 10th place. That should tell you how close it was in the overall leaderboards before this game number 4. But now Esports Arena are going to start adding that tension as we move on to my favorite game usually in the entire series, which is game number 5, which is where a lot of these teams feel like they have that extra pressure on them, noting how many points they need to get to at least be in the top 5.
Yeah, it should be interesting to see if that changes anything up. Obviously, we've got 2 more games left, so even if it doesn't necessarily go their way, there's 1 more game on the day for them to try and clean it up there in those final moments. It should be interesting, to say the least, but once again, it is time for a quick break, and when we come back, game number 5 of the ALGS Pro League.
I knocked one. I'm batting here.
I'm getting stuck. GB aping you. I can't move.
Nice, last guy. Flame him up.
Oh my god,
dude.
I almost threw that. Holy good dude.
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Welcome back, one and all, to the ALGS North American Pro League, and things are looking a little bit more as we would expect, Dan, after ESA win another game here in game day number 3. I mean, it's been an impressive performance from them in those final moments today. I think a couple of games didn't go their way early on, but now they look like they are returning to form and certainly making a statement.
Yeah, I think there was a lot of question marks around ESA after we saw Verholst move away from the squad, but it just seems like they get better and better every single time I see them. They've got quite a significant lead now at the top of that leaderboards, and second place to them is Casuals of all teams. I think they'll be delighted with how they've been performing. We've got to take our hats off to them. Cloud9 dropped down a little bit, and also Sentinels are on the rise though, down in 10th place, but still within touching distance. If we look at, there is still 2 matches left. But if Esports Arena have another game like we've seen from them already in this tournament, maybe after match 5 we might already be looking at our champions for this week.
We might be indeed, but I think it's a very good point that you raised there with Sentinels kind of, now we're back on World's Edge, starting to creep their way up into that top 10, moving up 4 places, and like you say, it's not that far away from the likes of Casuals and Cloud9 in 2nd and 3rd respectively. But for Team Liquid, they've just kind of fallen away a little bit after a good game 1 today. Space Station alongside them, both those teams starting to expect a little bit more from, maybe as we move towards our final 2 games of the day. But I mean, I want to just kind of touch on something you said there. ESA just seem to get better and better, and it's a case now of like, where is the limit for these guys? Is it just a case of getting to playoffs, one of the major, you know, opportunities to win a huge amount of money for these guys that they're just looking forward to? Because it just seems like you could put them on any map. You could put them on any map and they will perform at a level which is just, you know, it's difficult to compare to at the moment.
Any map, any game mode. We've even seen them like compete in arenas tournaments and find success. There's something about the way that these 3 players play together and how they maneuver their way around the map, and also how they get into gunfights and how they transition from one gunfight to another. They know what fights they need to take and what fights back away from as well. That's what I always enjoy witnessing. Even though they had that kind of moment on Storm Point earlier on where they got into a fight a little bit too early and they were punished for it, they live and learn from these lessons. They come back, they win match 4, and now going into match number 5, they top the leaderboard once more.
They do. Now the question is anyone going to be able to close that gap, or are we going to be talking about ESA being your first place team come the end of play today? And not only that, they would of course jump into first place on the overall standard, you would imagine, as well, with back-to-back consecutive wins on the weeks that they have been playing, or the days I should say that they have been playing. Well, we'll find out after another couple of games of Apex Legends. World's Edge back on home turf for ESA, where they've obviously made their name over recent years and months, it seems like now. But for Skillcakes and co, the question is, can you put another win on the board after such a dominant performance in the last couple of games?
Yeah, and I think that would be the icing on top of the cake, right? If they get another victory, it'd be very similar to what we saw last week, where they got 4 victories in a row. Okay, they had that 1 drop-off game in match number 3, but 3 victories out of 6, I mean, that usually should be enough to solidify your first place.
Literally vibing, not vibing right now, as they will find a team getting very, very aggressive on them over here at West Frag. And it seems like a little bit of contesting going down. Banshee's going to have a little peek over there, but he won't be laughing for now, as he's going to be moving forward now with the wingman in his hands, trying to pre-aim this corner. But when you leave yourself in a 2v3, especially knowing as well there's going to be some more teams in the vicinity, you've got to be careful. Maybe think about playing your life, coming back for that banner in some time.
Start a fight, looking to end a fight, perhaps. How many times have we made that one? Doesn't matter, it always works, as they do get the first KP on board, and a couple of frags go here or there. You're always going to see some of these engagements happen, especially as you get closer to games 5 and 6, when people are more desperate to pick up KP and get a perfect drop and perfect loot to work with.
We're looking for a few more kills, but Mapik has got to be careful here as he starts to get tickled in a way that he maybe does not enjoy, and Banshee has survived for now as the solo Wraith here for literally vibing, maybe just thinking about getting into a position to get those banners back, and might be able to do so. As you can see at the start of the fight, going to be backing off from this, but 3 teams inside of West Frag at the start of this, Dan. That is not the way that you want to see things going if you're thinking that West Frag is going to be a nice quiet landing spot for you.
I also cannot read literally vibing without thinking of like an American Californian accent, like literally vibing. Like, that's everything I think of. That's what goes through my head every single time I see it.
Like low-key, like totally vibing.
Like totally, so much vibes happening right now. But anyway, vibes happened, but unfortunately Starter Fight came in and they destroyed said vibes. They pick up 2 KP to work with in Fragment, and now they can maneuver their way across the map. As we'll get a look at the circle in a little bit as well. I think it does look like it's heading more south than north. That's a big shocker. Who would have thought that one?
Just vibing. Sorry, I'm going to stop now. So you got it in my head now. Let's have a look at the zone to take my attention away from the way that my brain works. And we're going to go towards Geyser. Now, if you're Torrent, that's good news. You can see they're already in the vicinity and making their way towards Geyser, holding that choke just to the north of Fragment East. You can also see this is a great zone for a little team called ESA, who are going to be moving their way from Big Morn Lava City towards it as well. So expect to see ESA involved in some final circles once more. But Central East Zone, we don't see Geyser zones that much, but it's also one of those zones down that we could see maybe pull back sharply towards the north, and that can cause some problems for teams who think it's going to end up at Geyser.
Yeah, it could go up to that no-named area just to the east of Fragment East or southeast of Irma, just north of Geyser. So maybe we'll see some teams bank on that, but certainly when you see a zone that heavily transition over towards Geyser, you're going to see a lot of teams do this. Sentinels are already there. You can see Casual is going to be there as well, and Torrent find themselves in residence. Oh, and look, there's Esports Arena joining the party, but they drop right onto Sentinels here.
They do. ESA versus Sentinels part, I don't know at this point. There's been so many chapters of this story, but Sentinels are holding things down for now. They got some good damage down, but Lou also took a little bit of damage himself. But Esports Arena, unlike a lot of teams, seem to have been able to get out of things, but Skittlecake has got to be careful! And he gets through the door at just the last second. He is down, but Xenox with that rampage in his hands is going to be probably a little bit disappointed. He couldn't quite get the finish on the knock that he was looking for.
Like Indiana Jones manages to grab his hat before he gets through at the same time. Will get revived, and they manage to just about get into a situation where they can now calm things down, reassess, and replan how they want to work with. But they are within Geyser. That's the point they wanted to achieve. That's where they wanted to get to. They were probably a little bit shell-shocked, the fact there was plenty of teams already there, but you've got to expect that at this point. And it looks like this gunfight is still going to happen. Esports Arena are going to have to fight their way out of this one.
They are. There's another team inside of this building. This is a move away, but as you can see, the Nox gas is going to go down, but that doesn't matter to ESA because they're going to push in and they're going to take down Sung. DXT in a little bit of a problem here. They've got ESA in the building, probably not what any team wants. And when that is forced upon Esports Arena, these kind of positions, they usually come out of them pretty well.
I mean, I can barely see, let alone what the players can see right now. Gas will finally dissipate because the Caustic was knocked. But of course, we are going to see plenty of teams with Caustics here on World's Edge. We saw the success from Esports Arena in the previous week, and Caustic just seems to be the perfect addition. But Duplex showing us what he's made of.
Yeah, Duplex is doing it all right now, but there is also a third party starting to arrive, so ESA recognize it. They back up immediately, and this is what they are so good at. It's almost as if they just play as one, just a swarm of players. When a decision is made, they all just react to it almost immediately. Duplex, Skittlecakes, and Nox surviving, but also thriving inside of Geyser.
Dexterity still have a couple of players up. It looks like they've managed to survive. Still 20 squads, may I add. So we're not seeing any early eliminations just yet in terms of a full wipe. As I say that, it happens right in front of our very eyes. Dexterity are the first team to be eliminated from World's Edge. 19 teams remaining. Circle starting to close in a minute and a half. Esports Arena have managed to survive the barrage of teams, and they can now take a breather, set up those caustic traps again, and reassess what they want to do.
I mean, ESA is just, as I said previously, it's just a pleasure to watch them play at the moment. They get put into an uncomfortable situation. They manage to survive a fight with Sentinels. They then manage to escape into a nearby building and find somewhere to play. Inside of that building, there's another team at the other end. They take the fight, they win the fight, and now they have the loot to play with. They are completely set up towards this endgame, and it's just classic ESA. When the back's against the wall and they are forced to take a team fight, there's not many teams that you'd pick to take a team fight over ESA.
And it was what I mentioned just before we dropped into World's Edge, the way they pick their fights, and they will get out of certain fights but engage in others. They recognized the Sentinels fight was not a fight they should be taking, so they quickly maneuvered to another building, but then they had success in their next engagement. Elsewhere, Space Station in a little bit of trouble, are going to have to run away from this fight and run, boy, run, because otherwise you're going to get drilled.
Yeah, certainly will be safe for now, but there is another team inside a Harvester, so it wouldn't surprise me to see SSG maybe think about a Valcolt or maybe just move through those snake buildings, but look, they're being crept up on here, and the longer that they take their time to make a decision and make a move, the more it could be to their detriment, as it is going to be a move into that snake building, just playing the cover and being able to reset for now. The team that's chasing them down is G-Force, looking to spin some shots up and create a little bit of G-Force themselves.
Yeah, the cheeks start to wobble a little bit with the speed they were chasing down those kills, but it looks like instead they back off and say we don't need to apply too much G-Force just yet, as there are a few teams within that vicinity and you don't want to push an engagement too quickly, otherwise you know what happens. Third parties come along. But these are going to be the teams rotating a little bit later than others. They're going to be playing on the edge for now. Perhaps we'll see them Valkyrie a little bit later on. But at the moment, they're just saying, look, we are literally vibing right now, so we don't need to move anywhere.
Do you think that G-Force, before they go into a team fight, by the way, just shout G-Force all together as a 3 before they push? A little bit like Power Rangers, something like that. I don't know. That's what's going through my head right now. But they're going to be escaping for now and playing a little bit of a different path, a little bit of a different rotation. 2 minutes and 17 until they have to really be concerned with the zone starting to close behind them. So a lot of decisions and rotations to be made. It looks like they're going to look for the wider wrap. They're going to go to the north through the vault tunnel here. They should be pretty safe doing so as well. But of course, you've always got to check your corners here, Dan. You've always got to make sure there's no sneaky rats about.
And check that top left-hand side of your screen corner, as the circle is going to be moving slightly north of Geyser, as Onset alluded to a little bit earlier. That no-name area and certainly the vault area is going to be key plays for success right now. We're going to see a lot of teams transition, but it's not going to be easy to get out of Geyser because so many teams pushed it from the get-go.
Yeah, it's going to be about leaving Geyser as early as possible. This is the kind of game where initially, if you find yourself maybe looking at the map overhead and you're thinking, it's going to be a tough zone for us to get into, if you're landing at the north west of World's Edge here, that maybe all of a sudden you're thinking, hey, we can hit that third beacon, we get the information before everybody else. And then when there's like teams starting to leave Geyser, if you're in Geyser, everyone starts to panic a little bit. It's like, oh god, we got to leave now, we got to get to the other side of this mountain. Valkyrie ults are going to make that a little bit more easy, but as we know, with so many teams inside of Geyser, Dan, even hitting that's going to be difficult to get into the skies.
Yeah, especially with the shots we see hit nowadays in Apex Legends Global Series. People don't miss, and you cannot get into the sky successfully without taking a considerable amount of damage. And if you've got several teams eyeing you up, you're probably going to be falling right back to the ground. So you have to time it perfectly. Sometimes you time it when other teams are also emitting themselves into the sky. It reminds me of those films where it's like the end of the world and there's hundreds of missiles firing into the sky. You just see Valkyrie here, there, and everywhere, and you just got to hope you do it at the right time.
The spaceship's leaving Earth.
That's the one.
A better land, maybe Mars, something like that.
G-Force!
Well, maybe that's going to be the call right now. As a missile swarm is going to come in from James. Fearless G-Force. I mean, it's all coming together here for the Power Rangers of the ALGS. But for now, they're trying to work their way along the sides of this track and trying to deny, those lines of sight coming in from Space Station, who are the ones who are putting down the damage. Space Station just trying to hold out any teams who are going to be late rotating from Harvester here. You know that they had the information there was a team inside of Harvester. They also might know that this wide wrap is the team that was behind them, G-Force. So we're going to have to see how SSG play this one. I like their positioning though, because if they can approach this as the last team with where the circle is pulling and having the rest of World's Edge clear behind them, they might be in a pretty good spot towards this endgame.
I don't know if they're aware that G-Force are able to creep on by past them as well. That might be a little bit frustrating if they realise that when they watch the broadcast back, because that's potentially some KP they could have picked up on if they had been watching the tunnel rather so than focusing on this choke point. But you can understand why they're doing it. As you say, if they play it correctly, there should be KP they can work with. And because you've got Valkyrie, like so many teams do, you've always got that get out of jail free card. Well, actually, it's not really that free. Sometimes it's very much not free if you don't time it right.
Well, let's see what Space Station have got to say now as they're holding down this choke. Let's jump into a listen-in with SSG.
The one Wraith walked up here.
Are they holding us already?
Yeah, the fucking.
Oh yeah. We need to move up then.
She's gonna be on that rock. On my ping. Crack.
I'm selling.
Wraith on.
You need a bat.
We might just have to wrap around, bro. Oh, you balled. That's bad. They're gonna give you ultas.
We need to run back. Run into zone.
You just have to go around.
Why did we let them walk up for free like that?
I didn't see them at all. I literally did not see them at all. I was staring at the fucking frag. They just walked up.
I'm not kidding.
I was looking.
You guys could be on our side of choke, Frex. Don't just.
Yes, I know. I'm watching.
Crafting in zone.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, they're right here.
Yeah.
Do we just buckle in?
Yeah, we're gonna have to at this point. Yeah. Maybe go hit this RV if we can make it there.
Left. Okay.
Go north,
Yeah. Go north. See if I think someone is going for it right now. Yeah.
Is this open?
Yeah. We're going for this. We're going for this.
You I'm landing on the height.
Yeah, just land in it.
Yeah, nice. Good call.
Ashley 3?
Yeah, just
Actually,
chill.
they're gonna be in the open here. Look for
Yeah,
us.
you can shoot them. You can shoot at them right there.
Where are they? I don't know.
They're in front. They're in front of us. They just actually. Yeah, look in that. Look frag. Look frag. Look frag.
Frag. Fuck, I couldn't kill it.
Gibby's cracked over there.
Yeah, I know.
You guys have extra syringe?
Yeah, here. Here, drop. Trade me armors and pop a syringe.
Well, a lot to talk about there from that listening, Dan. It was a little bit silent at the end, but at the start, excuse me. But towards the end, the action started to pick up. And like you were talking about, not recognizing that team had managed to wrap behind them and cause problems.
Yeah, they had managed to get into a scenario where they could hold them out, and Space Station were kind of second-guessing themselves. And where did they come from? Why weren't you watching a certain area? And they have to resort to just Valkyrieing into zone, but at least they've been able to find somewhere to reside here. So now they can also hold out teams who are going to be a little bit later to arrive to this circle, because in 15 seconds that circle is going to be moving. And this train track area is not the worst place to play, especially when you look at where that circle is moved to. I think they're going to be pretty happy with where they've got to.
Yeah, they certainly will be, especially with the situation they found themselves in. Frex, that is naughty. Speaking of which, Stay Naughty is in the kill feed as well, as BBG have just been eliminated by Cloud9, as Frex starts to finding heads and bodies with that wingman in his hands. The Caustic player is going to be giving a lot of cover to his team here as well. Even though you don't have doors on this RV, the fact that you do have those Caustic barrels down is going to give them the opportunity to have a little bit more cover. But Esports Arena, they were looking good. They were looking like they were going to make a clean run towards zone, but they lost a player. But as we say, when they get into some sort of trouble, all of a sudden things start to calm down almost immediately. They pick up the kills they need to, and Duplex will be brought to his feet.
Yeah, they eliminate Starterfight, who were underneath them, and Starterfight were at least able to do some damage to Esports Arena, but it looks like they should be fine. They've got the bubble to work with, but their backs are against the wall, quite literally. They have to try and get into one of these buildings and hope that no one's going to be residing in them, and there is going to be, you know, the holdout situation that we saw could be quite possible. Space Station Gaming are going to be in that for Esports Arena.
Noct is doing such a good job of suppressing fire, though. Suppressing fire to the team to make sure that they can make the cross, towards this building where he is. It's such an important thing to do if you're making a rotation. If you are that first player who has most health, you have to just watch the angles and at least apply pressure and make those teams back down to have to sell. So a great job from Noct there, and a good job from ESA, to make their way into that building and be safe. But this is the ALGS Championship winning zone. This is 100 Thieves, where they got it done, Dan.
Yeah, this is a familiar one for them, and I think when people were able to get that beacon info, especially those teams who were around the beacon, if they were able to get it before other teams were being a nuisance, that's why we were going to see a couple of early movers, and there were already 3 teams around that area, so there's not going to be much room for those to play.
Well, Sentinels, who have been in Geyser for quite some time, and now having to fight their way out of it, and you can see it's not a comfortable way for them to go. They've got to make their way not only through the choke, but also uphill as well. So this is a really tough spot for Sentinels, who have probably at the start of the game thinking we've got the position we want to play, and that zone pull made them think we do not have the position that we want to play. But Casuals, the winners of one of our games a little bit earlier on, trying to work their way through this vault tunnel, and like you mentioned, before that zone pull, this probably was a pretty good spot to play. But as we know, zone pulls can make decisions look like bad ones, even though at the time they were the perfect play.
And I like what Sentinels have done, though. Even though it's going to be difficult for them, they're going to have to push up that hill into that choke. They are one of the only single teams down still in Geyser, so we're not going to see too much focus on that side. A lot of these other teams who are already within that next circle are going to be looking out towards No Name, and Sentinels maybe going to use that opportunity now to dive on in and find a spot to work with.
This is a risky play from Sentinels, but they had to make their way over the mountain range. I like the fact that they're just landing here for a second just to establish Lou is going to fall, and Lou is going to be out of bubble, so they do have somewhere to play from. They might be able to take this fight with a team that was holding them out on that choke. This is a great play from Sentinels, but making the play is one thing, executing on it is another.
Oh, the EMP was just perfect, and Sentinels will get ripped to shreds by several teams in the area, and that's what a Crypto can do. Unfortunately, it can punish you in the best of times.
Well, now you're going to see ESA making the play. They just land bang center zone. They get the bubble down, and now there's going to be all sorts of pressure on them as you see that wall closing behind everybody moving in from the north side. Esports Arena get a lot of damage done. They pick up kills as well, and now look at this, Dan. They have a side of the zone to themselves. They have caustic barrels down. They have cover, and most importantly, they're inside of that top 10.
Team Liquid, Casuals, Complexity, they all go down as Esports Arena are once more showing what they're made of. But Noct has to go big here. The last remaining player does so, stays alive. Esports Arena still just about within this one.
Oh, we talk about how the Spitfire likes to sing a song, and that was an intro, a verse, a chorus of a top 10 hit for me. C9 Noct, unfortunately, looks like he might have gone down though, so that's Esports Arena out as Cloud9 make their move onto the position of ESA, and now they try and make their move as well, but no! 2 players go on the cross. The question coming in from me, was that too early, or were they just aware that there were so many teams focusing them?
6 squads remaining. It's just about trying to survive, get those extra placement points. At this point, Albreleli rips through an entire squad. 5 squads now left as Albreleli keeps on fighting for C9.
You can always hear Jibby moving. You can hear his feet thumping as he walks his way across World's Edge. But I tell you what, he feels even heavier and even more of an audio cue when he's hitting shots like that. But even though he's hitting shots like that, it is going to be the end of C9's game as 100 Thieves, probably the team who love this circle more than anybody in Apex Legends history, find themselves in the top 4 and with the prime position.
Yeah, a couple of these boys have some very fond memories of this circle indeed, but TDG's still alive. They're taking this fight. Girl, the last remaining player, a lot to do, but still has purple shields.
Jumps into the void, so will survive for now, but you got to be worried when she gets around that corner what kind of damage might be coming in, but she survives. Torrent are trying to hunt her down for now. RKN and Yuri's trying to do what they can. Big output damage coming in from Girl, but it's not enough. Torrent will survive. RKN will be able to bring Rambo back to his feet as 100 Thieves try to lock their sights on this team, hitting the Valkyrie ult.
100 Thieves, Torrent, and the team that is currently within the sky at the moment. It's 100 Thieves who look the most comfortable on the map. Whilst the team down low, they have been able to get into a position behind these canisters and also working around all the objects they can play. It's Unlucky who are here again in the endgame.
Unlucky looking to put up more points. 100 Thieves, though, not only are they in the best position to win this game, they have both teams in front of them, but they also all have full red armors. The fight is going to break out, and it's almost like a throwback here for 100 Thieves. Torrent full, 100 Thieves, the winners of the ALGS Championship from this position, now just have one team in front of them.
Yeah, it's a 3 versus 3, but they have high ground, they've got grenades, they've got all the goodies to work with. You've just got to execute at this point.
Arc Stars are going to go in. Onmu takes a little bit of damage, so does Vaxxon, so there's going to be a little momentary reset between these two teams. There is a break coming in from Scurry, but he almost gets broken himself. The bobble goes down, and that usually means, boys, it's time to fight here. We think we've done enough damage. 54 with the Peacekeeper. Another shot comes in, but it might not be the result here that 100 Thieves are looking for. Onmu with the wingman in a 1v1 now to win the game for 100 Thieves. It's going to be Ash versus Valkyrie. The tether goes down, and with those final shots, finally, 100 Thieves will become the champions of game number 5, and it is history repeating itself once more with that circle belonging to 100 T.
Just so much deja vu today with everything that's happening. Having game 1 and 2 won by the same teams from week 1, and now we're getting flashbacks from the ALGS Championships with 100 Thieves. It doesn't matter that they've made a change. They still know how to play this final circle, and that is going to propel them up the leaderboards. A very well performed game from them. Carnage unfolding in that final circle, by the way. It was so difficult to try and keep up with that one. I think I went cross-eyed at about 6 different times, but somehow 100 Thieves, they stay strong and they get the victory.
Oh, it's poetic, isn't it? You see those moments and you're like, look who's at the top of the pile here in the best position. It's 100 Thieves. They come home with the win, and I tell you what, if they could pick one circle to play, I think, for every single game of Apex Legends competitive moving forward, it probably would be that one. The vibes are always good for 100 Thieves when they see that zone pop up. You can see the score they put on the board as well, 22 points, and with a late resurgence, they will be jumping up those leaderboards as well. But a shout out to Unlucky once again inside of our final zone and inside of our final fights that were going down. 12 points on the board for them.
But if you look to the right-hand side, Esports Arena still 14 points because of the 11 kills they were able to pick up. Even though they didn't place that well, that will still keep them at the top of the leaderboard, looking nice and pretty going into match number 6. Yes, 100 Thieves and the likes will catch up ever so slightly with those points, but Esports Arena should still have a significant gap with match number 6 coming their way, that they can go into it feeling fairly confident of a victory. They just need another pretty good game, and they should be alright.
They certainly do. It's another team just to highlight there as well that we didn't mention, C9. Those kills from Albreleli right at the end as the solo player alive certainly added to their points total. will be making them feel a little bit more comfortable in those leaderboards as well. But I mean, it's just, as I say, almost poetic that 100 Thieves won that one. When they were in that position, it was like, I'm having flashbacks here. And I could hear the voice comms, I could hear the celebrations from the ALGS Championships. And I'm not sure the celebrations would be quite as wild after that win, Dan. But as you can see here, the new man Onmu, 6 kills for, the new man Vaxlon, 6 kills for him, showing he is the perfect player to join Onmu and Scurry.
Yeah, and even though the celebrations aren't going to be as wild, they are still going to be very important, because 100 Thieves know full well that every match matters, every day matters when it comes to play here, because you want to set yourself up with best position when it gets to playoffs, having those advantages when it comes to the extra points going into it for match point format as well. So every single kill, every single final circle is going to be so important that you should celebrate it. And we know full well Apex Legends is one of those games where in that final circle there's so much adrenaline pumping through your veins, it's hard not to just erupt into madness when you get that victory.
Well, one person that I like celebrating as well is Mr. Fallout, and he's going to be joining us as well. So welcome back, John. 100 Thieves winning the circle that they always seem to win in the biggest of moments.
Yeah, what an epic moment right there to see 100 Thieves in the exact same scenario they were as Kongarna just less than a year ago, winning ALGS championships. Certainly deja vu in this one. They, of course, end with the dub as well, but it looked a little scary there for a second. You thought maybe, just maybe, that member of Unlucky could have popped the shield bat and won that 1v1, clutched that 1v2 overall, but 100 Thieves was able to close it down. And again, this is a second week in a row now that we've seen kind of back-to-back consistent and very solid performances from 100 Thieves, Dan. I mean, you really got to think Vaxlon was the missing piece for this roster.
Yeah, I remember back during Split 1 playoffs when I predicted 100 Thieves to kind of come out of nowhere and win the entire thing, and there was a couple of eyebrows raised. People were like, what is this prediction about? Well, now with changes, 100 Thieves look like they should be predicted once more. Glitter seemed to know something that we perhaps didn't. They are back on form. They have been playing so successfully. They have got that consistency that they were searching for, and I think they are a terrifying team that everyone else in these lobbies is going to be looking out for and trying to avoid when it comes to rotations.
Yeah, that's right. We'll, of course, take a look at the replays from Match 4 to see how 100 Thieves closed that one out. But before then, it was Esports Arena with a hit list on an absolute rampage in that early game. I mean, they got, I think, what was 6th, 7th, 8th place, but were able to get so many kills that secured them 13, 14 points, and will keep them well on top of the overall leaderboards. We'll take a look in a moment here as, of course, we take a close eye on this fight here. This is, of course, Match 4. This was the game right before the one we were just kind of speaking to, where they were able to close this one out in the 3v3 fight, which they will very rarely lose. You saw Noct go down, Duplex and Skittlecakes left to kind of close it out, but it looked a little scary there for a second, Mark. It looked like Casuals might have what it takes to win that 3v3.
I think that's the most shots I've seen Skittlecakes miss since I've seen him start playing Apex. That was almost weird to see him not just connected with big Peacekeeper shots at the end there, but it shows that we're all human, right? But, I mean, this game at the start from ESA, I don't know how they managed to get out of the positions they were in. And even inside of the top 10, top 9, and they're not just going absolutely nutty inside of that fight there. He was just hoping that anyone would walk into the way that he was aiming, and they would be, unfortunately, fall victim to the wingman. But Albrelele at the end here, I mentioned how C9, it was important for them to get good points on the board. Those little kills at the end, even though they might seem, a little bit insignificant maybe to some players watching, when it gets to those final leaderboards, it's so vital to pick up some KP as a final player alive.
Yeah, and of course, this is that endgame circle we talked about. Nice shot by Onmu, snaring left, going right, basically completely cutting off the escape point. And of course, Valkyrie takes to the skies, tries to run away, not able to do so, and as a result, Onmu closes that one out. And you saw right before, I think it was Vaxlon connecting for the close range blind fire with the 30-30 repeater, doing about 45 in damage, and securing the damage that was needed for Onmu to finish that 1v1. And as a result, 100 Thieves clutches out that 3v3 fight and ends with a victory here. Kind of a much-needed victory, and I'm interested to see the overall standings. I think ESA still getting 13, 14 kills is going to keep them well ahead, and of course, it does. Cloud9, well, they're right behind them. 100 Thieves only a point behind C9, and keep in mind the difference between first and second is 20 to I think 17 or something along those lines points over 25 I think to 21 or 20 points. So it is really important to inch out these 1 or 2 place differences here, Dan.
Yeah, an 18-point difference between first and second, but then when you go a little bit further down, like there's still it's a big gap when you look at how consistent Esports Arena have been. But if Esports Arena were to fall in the early stages, let's say they have a flop game, it is definitely within reason that Cloud9, 100 Thieves, maybe even as far as Casuals and Unlucky, could take that first spot if they have a huge Game 6. So this is going to be very much an interesting one about keeping an eye on Esports Arena. Do they play a little bit more conservative because of that, or do they continue with their same style of play? It's a difficult one to call, but an 18-point lead going into Game 6 is certainly a nice place to be.
Yeah, it's awesome to see because I had Built by Gamers, I had Torrent, I had Cloud9, and I had Esports Arena in my top 4. Did not have Unlucky or Casuals. I mean, it's awesome to see 2 of our Challenger Circuit teams contesting with the best of them. Meanwhile, Space Station showing some good life, bouncing up 2 placements there to 11th overall. Sentinels, quite the quiet day for them. That's a team that originally I kind of predicted to do well before realizing they were going to pure 50-50 over in Mill, and very quickly took to Twitter to change my prediction there. And of course, they are in 13th right now, not having the best day overall. Same with Team Liquid, another team I expected to actually finish top 5. Again, just not seeming to hit their stride on set.
Yeah, not hitting their stride at all today. I think a little bit disappointing for them. I think at the end of their first game day, I think they would have been pretty happy. They managed to close out, I think it was game 5 or 6 with a win. So something to build on there for them, for Team Liquid. But we've been constantly saying we need to see more from Team Liquid. We need to see more from Team Liquid. They pick up Gildersons, and maybe that was the thing that they were looking for, to add a little bit more consistency in their team fighting. But just not getting into those final zones. Whenever we see, the last 8-9 teams alive, it's very rare that we're actually seeing Liquid involved in those fights. Well, today, at least. It's been a little bit disappointing, but it's certainly something for them to work on, right? You go back from these lobbies, you look at what is not happening right on your rotation. Why are you not getting into those final zones? And I'm sure there's a pattern of play they can look to adjust. But I need to give a shout out to C9. You saw the leaderboards. Those couple of kills that Arbolelli gets at the end, it's probably the only reason that they're sat in the position they are right now. And that is how close it is. Those one knock, one kill, that could be the difference at the end of the day.
Yeah, but in terms of the overall standings of the Pro League, that's the point I was alluding to earlier. First place gets 25 points. Second place, I think there's a pretty big drop-off to 20 or so. We'll get that final kind of standing. So it's really, really important for the grand scheme of Pro League that Cloud9 stays in second. Or, hey, maybe even pops off and beats ESA if they can have an insanely big game here in game number 6, but they cannot lose that second place spot to 100 Thieves. That's going to be crucial. So I'm really excited for game number 6. It's going to be a hell of a game to watch, to see who's going to clutch up here in the end. ESA looking to go back-to-back. That'll put them in first place, undisputed, over TSM in the overall Pro League standings, proving that they are still the best team in North America, which is just crazy to think. 8 months ago, I wouldn't have even fathomed making that statement with, of course, Verhulst on the roster and this rising star of a squad. But hey, enough for us in this post-game. We, of course, have game number 6 right around the corner to what has been a great day so far. Make sure to follow us on all things socials, though, to keep up to speed on scores, scoreboard, videos, content, everything else. YouTube.com/PlayApexEsports, as well as Twitter.com/PlayApexEsports, and hit the follow button here on Twitch. That's going to be it for myself, Mark, and Gaskin on the day. They've been absolutely killing it. When we come back, we will have Vicky Kitty and Glitter Explosion live for game number 6 to see how we wrap up day number 4 of the North American Pro League.
I'm staying on the outside. She's weak. You have to.
She's
Welcome back, everybody, to game number 6 of the ALGS Pro League North America. Glitter Explosion and Vicky Kitty back on the mic with you guys for the final match of the day. And it's close. I mean, we heard them talking about it at the end of game number 5, Vicky, but if ESA does not do well in this final match, any of the teams in really our top 4 or 5 could take it today.
Yeah, too close for comfort here. This is not the type of results that we saw within day 1 of ESA's performance. They're at 66 points. It's not the usual triple digits that we may have expected from ESA. Maybe going in for another record-breaking score, but it's not going to be the case this day around. As second place, like you were saying, C9 with 48 points. They've been performing more consistent than I've seen C9 in a long time, and I love this look from both C9 and 100 Thieves. 100 Thieves, I mean, Glitter, you were on point with 100 Thieves. Not only did they just win game number 5, but that's such an important game for 100 Thieves to win, because now they know how close they really are from overthrowing ESA in that first place spot with 66 points.
I know the 100 Thieves boys are making me look good right now, so I appreciate it, y'all, okay? Making me look like I know what I'm talking about. But really, though, they are having a phenomenal kind of bounce back here on World's Edge. They had picked it up towards the end of Storm Point, but that last win was massive for them in those overall standings. And that's why there's such a small gap. I mean, ESA, even in a game where they don't place well, we just saw this, like, they're able to get crazy amounts of KP because their aggression today is just really, really paying off for them. But I'm wondering if anyone is going to be willing to be the sacrificial lamb in this final match to try and take them out early.
Yeah, you know, it kind of goes back to what we were talking about with teams feeling comfortable on both Storm Point and World's Edge. And I was highlighting how 100 Thieves, especially with their performance on day 1, how they felt when they were on World's Edge. That's where they really felt like they were popping off, and they continue to do that here at World's Edge, where a lot of teams who are more consistent, like ESA on both maps, continue to actually have more of those stronger results. And looking at where the circle is pooling, Sentinels, they're going to be very happy. Why? Because they're going to have the beacon leaving Lava Siphon. They're going to be on the high ground on top of that platform that can overlook that zip line towards Tree, towards launch site. But both OA and that team that's hugging the launch site, I believe that is going to be BBG. They're going to be able to also have a beacon themselves. And looking at this, we already have an early fight going on in our last game.
Dexterity up against AGG, and Dexterity is just catching AGG on the back foot right now, instantly taking out 2 of their squad. I'm not sure where that third player is. One is still knocked right now. They'll probably make sure they're able to clean that up very quickly, but that was a super early fight for Dexterity and AGG, and you can see the remnants of AGG right now. Valkyrie being the only one to live, and now it is going to be Rat Strat as Dexterity cleans up that final knock.
Honestly surprised here as AGG, they've been falling a little behind. I mean, they're in 10th place so far before this game, and they've been really able to pave their own playstyle with the crypto, and I like the way that they've been able to display that. But Dexterity now pushing in, they have Sung on that Cossack. We've seen what Sung could do on this Cossack before, but they're just going to guard the tunnel entrance for right now, overlooking any of the teams that have landed it over by landslide, which is usually TGG.
And don't forget, guys, if you're wondering what those comms sound like in those very hectic early game fights, you can make sure to check out Multiview. The command center button is right below, and you can have all of those team comms open to hear that inside information. Now, as we see SSG trying to throw some damage towards the Harvester area and see if they can maybe catch somebody outside of position, but they decide that they're going to leave TDG alone. They're just going to go for that rotate and see if they can find a better position for the Skyward Dive.
TDG had actually rotated away from the construction building site immediately into Harvester, so they were extremely quick with the rotations to prioritize that beacon. I love that play as Space Station actually take the high ground platform that I was talking about before, that I was wondering if Sentinels was just going to hang out there for quite some time, but with Space Station now taking up this real estate and Frex being on this Cossack, they're going to not only clear some of that space, but we also saw what looks to be potentially Sentinels taking that redeploy up into the air.
This is interesting. Sentinels not coming over this direction when they were already here to begin with. So this is a very popular spot, like you were talking about, Vicky. This platform here, SSG deciding that this is where they'd like to set up camp for now, and they will be very safe with the extra zoning capability they have with the caustic, keeping people far enough away from them for probably a decent amount of time now that they have this whole little corner to themselves.
Yeah, and they know where that circle is going to be pulling. Doesn't look like they're nearby a beacon right now, but they're comfortable just sitting down here on the low ground. Again, they're just going to be patient here, looking at this composition. They have the Valkyrie for those quick repositions if necessary, but with Frex being on the caustic, this gameplay that Space Station's looking for is to be able to situate themselves, predict where that final circle is going to be, and then just infiltrate one of those buildings that Frex could help get set up in.
And SSG could use a solid game here to close out the day. So they're going to be looking to try and make sure they get as many points as possible, keeping themselves in a solid position. I mean, we heard them talking about it on the desk. Those extra points for those overall standings, they matter, okay? They could make a big difference. So these teams have that in the back of their minds on top of the pressure of just the regular standings for each game.
Can we acknowledge this spot that Joe Max is in right now? Having to play this as a rat, especially in the last game, is so tough. But it is what it is when you want to play for those placement points built by gamers. We're highlighting this squad just a little bit, just right outside, inside of this building, actually. Right outside where a lot of the action seems to be happening. They also have that beacon right there, too. They see another squad taking some of those shots there at Wicked, but they want to play this patiently because they don't want to give away this building just yet. They don't want to let that squad push up to take up this space.
Yeah, they know exactly where everybody is, so it's yet again, it's just a waiting game here for a lot of these teams, especially the ones that were dropping in the lava siphon area. They're going to be quite comfortable now as we see what esports arena has going on for themselves, getting some loot over on the dome side of things, and then bringing themselves west or east. Yeah, no, west from there. I can't tell directions apparently at the end of the day. And they're just getting themselves comfortable right now. I mean, they have had such a fantastic day. They're just getting all of their loot situated and sorted, and they're going to be slowly making their way over. They are in no rush because they're already so close to the zone, and they can really take their time here as we see what Cloud9 has planned for themselves, making a quick rotation there. And this top-down view shows just how many teams are already trying to find a safe spot, and we can see where Sentinels ended up going over there on the top of the screen.
Yeah, looking at these different points of entry, Glitter, it's okay, you know, just looking at the different directions that all these players could come out of, you could look like a chameleon, basically looking at all these teams right now, and Start a Fight are hanging out inside of this building, noting that that's T2G that's hanging out inside of that trailer, but the difference is Start a Fight, they're running the Loba with Crummy being on that pick, so they don't have to overextend with that black market. Instead, they're going to be able to scoop up a lot of that extra loot, as Fury is actually getting shot at in the middle of this rotation.
I believe we saw Dexterity over by Furia. They're pinched between two teams right now, so they're going to have to decide what the best choice is here. Can they safely retreat, or do they have to keep making the rotation just on a different portion of the map? We'll have to see how that goes for them, but back on board with the boys' favorite squad, literally vibing. I don't really know how I feel about their impersonations, though, Vicky. Might have to work on those a little bit.
It sounded to me more Miami than it did California as a whole, but you know what? I would have given a B for effort because it didn't seem that much effort here as Team Liquid taking some shots at literally Vibing, who are crafting up in that replicator. They're looking fantastic though, looking at these two purples, one gold, and this is that fight for the high ground right now that they're able to claim this beacon, deny that away from literally Vibing, and even if they wanted to, they could hold some of these off angles to take some of those raw shots, but the more that they elongate this fight, they know that there could be another squad rotating away from Thermal Station to try to see what's going on.
And talking about all of these teams that are making those rotations happen, Cloud9, a team that we actually saw a crazy strong start from and then got a little bit quieter throughout the rest of the day, but still looking very, very good for themselves here. They had some massive KP in our last game, and they're definitely looking to close out the day strong. And I love that we're seeing more consistency out of this team because we had questioned that at the beginning of the day.
Yeah, C9, their best placement has been second place in that first game, and at least they have been able to consistently keep up their aggression, but have just been missing out on that dub here as they're going to make that rotation, passing the longer, or taking actually a way longer rotation, trying to play this safe as Team Liquid in a fight here off to the side. This is actually the situation that was mentioned before. Leaving staging, you could expect squads to be leaving Thermal Station at this point, and Team Liquid, they're looking to start a fight.
I mean, they have been trying to poke at anyone that has been near them, and you can see this 2-1 split that they've got going on right now. Nocturnal off to the side of his 2 teammates, trying to rotate through and find some safe areas for them as the Wraith, and potentially find a little bit more loot along the way. But this is they're comfortable, right? They're just kind of zoning everybody away. They're using the edge of the zone at their backs and making a nice, long, safe rotation, while also looking pretty confident with their shots. I mean, they're looted up and they know who's around them now, so I think that they could potentially be setting themselves up well.
And meanwhile, Space Station on the high ground still. They've been here in this spot for a while after utilizing that redeploy, but they're still contesting that high ground platform. Makes me wonder here if they're setting up those caustic traps to deny that space away from any other team that could potentially take that zip line away from Tree. But not only would that give Space Station intel, it would force that team to boot themselves off of that high ground. And essentially, it's some of that free real estate if they do want to rotate onto that high ground, so that way they can take a different approach for where they want to approach that next circle, since they won't have the information for that beacon.
Yeah, no, it's definitely a strong strat for them right now. As we see Casuals, another squad we've been able to actually talk a lot about today. First place finish, second place finish, final game of the day, and they are set up pretty comfortably here, dealing some decent damage out of Akuma as well. As they see all these teams that are outside making those rotations, they've got fantastic angles on them.
Yeah, much love to the Challenger Circuit teams who have been putting in so much work. Looking at Casuals right now with their consistency for the day, they want to continue that here in the last game. GeForce now, another one of our teams now, trying to push in. The Dome, though, adding in some of that extra space. They have the redeploy in case a third party moves in to try to contest here. But GeForce, they want to be able to choose their battles smart, as they do see that Arcstar out there griefing those doors. But again, that team is just taking up the high ground here, so it could be tricky to try to push in.
Yeah, these fights where you have to fight upstairs or through windows are never ideal, because those stair angles can always get a little bit sketchy, and sometimes it really is just which lucky nade, which lucky throwable hits first, and they will push off that damage advantage. And speaking of damage advantage, James takes a ton of it. And on the inside, though, we've got the other 2 players of GeForce making their way up the stairs. The knocks do start to come out, and this is putting GeForce in a much better position as they're able to take out at least one of OA's players, and they make an aggressive push to the final stage of that second floor, and they're continuing to wipe out players, but now the third party's coming in, Vicky.
Yeah, the third, that's what I was worried about, these longer fights as OA gets taken out. GeForce now lose James in the process as the third party rolls right inside the building. Hopefully they can go in for a quick reset if necessary, but this is exactly what they're most worried about. But they have that death box that's right there to try to block their view. They're going to be able to try to push in after they find Flesh.
I think that was Sentinels. It was Sentinels that came in for that third party too, and I believe they just had a player knocked, potentially from somebody else outside of the building, as all of this action has been going on. So now GeForce have a few moments here to at least reset and get some health back. They already do have the banner for James as well, so if they can somehow escape, they do have the potential to bring him back. So this might not be the end of GeForce yet, depending on what the rest of the squads outside decide they want to do.
Meanwhile, Torrent gets taken out by E8. E8 just still continuing to fight, but it's a fight happening from the outside. GeForce hears it happen. It's another squad moving in there and want in on the party. C9 now rotating through launch site. The team that's going to hold onto that southern building right here that you currently see C9 trying to push right now, that's going to be so scary to hold, because not only do you have the high ground to overlook a lot of the action happening in front of you, but C9, they do know that there could be a lot of teams that are going to start rotating away from Tree after we just saw 3 squads hang out there alone.
Yeah, C9 has done a good job of making their way through the southeast portion of the map and getting over here safely, but now we're back in with Casuals. Heals coming out. We've got some armor swaps on the ground as well as they prepare to go into yet another fight. And Esports Arena is just kind of watching it all go down. I mean, they are set up quite comfortably. Look at all of these barrels right now. This is a great spot for Esports Arena.
Absolutely, and they're not going to move out of here anytime soon. They know another squad is throwing out some of those grenades out inside their building, but they're already set up with Skittles on that caustic. You can see those barrels set up too. GeForce are still getting taken a chunk out of. Meanwhile, though, they got James into this fight again, and I do not know how he's alive. He is literally the definition of one, and we heard so many teams fighting right outside those doors.
And it was real scary. They had the zone at their backs, and they were not in a position to really sit there and heal through it, so that's going to be a rough spot for them. But now Sentinels makes the rotation into the area that you were talking about that SSG had tried to lock down with those caustic barrels. And now they're going to be trying to hold this high ground. The bubbles are already out. Dueling bubbles time as Sentinels have to battle to see who's going to be able to hold that position. And meanwhile, so many squads are going down in the kill feed.
Where do you go? Where do you run? You're in. Everybody's on his sight. Sentinels down too. Cross is trying to dance around the bombardment while also getting pinged, but it's just too much pressure. They get taken out. They're sent right back to the lobby. It's Complexity making their way over from the complete other side of the action. They're looking at all the stuff happening in their line of sight and said, this is none of our business. That looks way too crazy, but they're also going to be able to farm some of that KP, and they need to, because that was only 1 kill going into their pockets.
Yeah, that was huge. They were able to at least pick up on the one and use a lot of the work that Dexterity put into that fight with Sentinels to their advantage. So let's actually check in with Complexity and see how they're feeling after that fight.
Trying to keep light tabs on our back, dude.
Good.
Nice.
Up in their barrel. We got another ult Excel.
Fighting a Siphon.
Are you gonna have JBL for this?
No, I'm 16%. I don't think an ult Excel will do it.
Even 2?
2 will do it, yeah.
So we have to figure out what this team wants to do. They're gonna like try to.
Yeah. They're just gonna fight each other on fucking pile up. If they push us this early, then they're throwing their freaking games. They're buttholes.
Yeah, there's 2 teams over there as well.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah. It's gonna be a pile up, no doubt. Maybe that team goes up and RSGPs up to platform 2.
Yeah, it's gonna be super important we play together, even though we're like swinging out to get kills and stuff.
Yeah, that's a Valkyl. If there's only one team coming from west, then we have to hold this round.
Yep.
I'm holding it already.
Yeah, you're good. You're good.
Yeah,
Look at this Valkyl.
Taking tabs on them. They're going deep.
Yeah.
It's a Siphon. I'm playing in betweener to third us. I'm looking for the caustic team. I'm looking for them. I don't see them right now.
They Valkylted.
Okay, alright, so we have to hold Weston then.
There still might be one more team, right?
Yeah, there should be. Yeah, on low. We need to fucking get their bubble out before they cross, too.
I'm just watching the other team right now.
They landed there. Yep.
They're Valkylting.
Okay, that's good.
Oh my god, everyone Valkyl.
Hold this shit still. Yeah, they could. Valkyl from the north, too. There's two ults in the air.
Yep, heard that. Yeah, look at them. Try and force them away.
Look at that solo, too.
Yeah, look at where they're landing.
Yep, I see it. They're under there. That's good. Hold our west, just in case.
I'm still holding west. West is clear so far.
They're bubbled up on the east, fighting each other.
Alright, we're looking good over here. We're looking good.
Yeah, diligence still.
We can look at Siphon side here soon.
Yep.
Or launch side.
They're like right there on mark, too.
Yeah, they're fighting.
On roof.
It's a bird, it's a play. No, it's like 5 squads leaving tree on a Valkyrie ult. That redeploy coming in clutch. Esports Arena now, though, have been cleaning up some kills. We saw them get a knock on start of fight. Furia had pinched that team too, but they have not left that building. They have Skittles on the Cossack. They're going to continue holding up that space with these barrels, but Complexity with those comms, you can hear how they just want to hold the edge of the circle. They know a lot of these teams have to leave Lava Siphon to approach in their direction.
The amount of people that just died in those moments, I mean, literally Vibing is out. Start a Fight is now out. I think TDG has suffered some serious casualties. SSG has been shredding people in the kill feed right now, as Esports Arena has just been defending like 6 bubbles off of their area. Did you see that at one point? There were so many bubbles that I don't even understand how Esports Arena has not been focused yet. Everyone else is not paying any attention to them whatsoever.
It's a double scoop dome ice cream here. Esports Arena have been dancing around this, though, so amazingly. They have a lot of these angles, and they're still just inches away from where that ring is going to be pulling. So they can still hang out on the outskirts of that without having to put themselves out in the open into the line of sight of teams like Casuals, who have a really good spot, but they have to give it up soon. Even though this is the high ground, even though that could be a god spot, it's not in the circle. And Complexity have moved in for that fight, dancing around this fence. They find that knock onto Golden, but now they have to reset real quick here, as so many grenades are getting sent in their direction.
Oh my god, the Thermites are not Complexity's friend right now. Monsoon, the last player available for the squad, trying to determine if it's safe to go for a res right now or not, decides that it's the only option, and hopefully he'll be able to get his teammates back up. But Casuals finally making their push out of that position like you were talking about, Vicky, and finding themselves in a little bit of gunfire as a result of it, slightly punished here for having hung out in their spot for so long. Now the bombardments are coming down. It's going to force the bubble out of Casuals, and they're hopefully going to be able to make their way back inside of it so they can at least get some batteries off after taking a lot of damage.
Casuals used to worry about Complexity taking up the spot, going in from their 6. That's the one team that could definitely pinch them, especially from their spot right now. But now they're going to be able to move in for a fight as Unlucky. Look at this. Look at the caustic impact right now. But it's not going to be enough when you don't have the safety of a dome, and C9 are still going to be able to push in through all of this Nox gas.
Unlucky is now out. Cloud9 is out. SSG still popping up in the kill feed, but not for long if they cannot hold on here. Dropped is down. Rex is down. One help, and it was not going to work. Wait, there's no way. No way that he lived through that, Vicky.
Zanile, he is alive. ESA's out, by the way. Off to the side, Furia's gonna meet them in the lobby, going down 6, but they're moving in. They hear the res. They're gonna be able to push in and clean up that KP. It's Team Liquid coming out of left field, and look at their loot too. 2 red evos still. They have the gold. They're gonna be able to move in after resetting very quickly to join in on the action as Casuals have taken the God spot.
That is huge for Liquid, and they are pushing up towards a damaged team Complexity now, as we see 100 Thieves trying to get some pot shots down onto Team Liquid, hopefully dealing some damage as they make their rotation towards Complexity. But 100 Thieves, honestly, does not have a lot of focus on them right now, so they could be in a position to clean up some of these fights, as Casuals have held on this entire time, now finding themselves in yet another high ground position and able to look down on so many of these teams who are in very rough spots.
Oh man, Complexity, Casuals, Team Liquid, 100 Thieves. Team Liquid now though down 2. It's up to Gildersons playing around the knockout shield and the dome together, but it's not gonna be enough. It's an on-move sandwich as 100 Thieves managed to get them. A beautiful arc star right there, a beautiful stick. You love to see it, but Casuals do not want to give up the spot. Again, this is such a good spot for Casuals to be one of our Challenger Circuit teams who have been making waves today.
I cannot believe that they were pretty much able to kind of eat their popcorn and watch everybody else down below have to battle it out. And yet again, it is the teams on low across from each other that are deciding to take that fight. 100 Thieves versus Complexity. And in the meantime, Casuals is trying to rotate over to the side to see if they can deal some additional damage, but it ends up not going their way. 100 Thieves is not going to allow themselves to be pushed up on that easily. And now it's looking like Complexity might be in the best position.
Oh, Monsoon, he got taxied over to the other side out here. Now being able to get that knock, beautiful. That's what I was worried about, Complexity taking Casual spot. But now, Complexity's only down to Monsoon. They need to find the opportunity right now, but Monsoon's forced to go into the line of sight of that player that's on the high ground.
Oh, Monsoon, and the PK shots followed up by the Volt, keeping Complexity's hopes and dreams alive right now, and getting them the win with the final PK shot. Complexity takes the game 6 of our entire day today. Holy Vicky, what was that?
Monsoon, are you kidding me? Monsoon, MVP for Complexity. iShining also holding those off angles. I love to see it. Complexity take the final game for today. But what action did we just witness right now, Glitter? I mean, so far we saw ESA, I think they had dropped at 7th place or so, but we still had 100 Thieves up. We still had Casuals up, and we saw how close it could have been if ESA just went that a little earlier compared to the opposition for our top 5 squads and the overall leaderboards.
I feel like that was one of the most decisive PK shots I've ever seen. There was like this silence of like everyone having to reload, and then he just ended the game. Like, Monsoon, what just happened? Complexity coming out on top with 8 kills, but what's even crazier, I mean, you were just saying it, Vicky, 6 kills for 100 Thieves in 2nd place, 6 kills on Casuals in 3rd place, 5 kills on 4th place for Liquid, 7 on SSG, even Furio at 6. I mean, this lobby, in the end, everybody came to play for this final game.
Sheesh. I know they're in the Challenger Circuit, but this is something else right now. Complexity, like you said, 8 kills. Esports Arena, they still managed to get 4 kills, but they didn't get the placement that they may have wanted. I'm wondering how this is going to affect the overall leaderboards, because this is insane to see such a close overall lobby compared to what we had seen in the first 2 days of the Pro League.
I literally am like flabbergasted right now as we look here where the rest of our teams shook out. GeForce at least able to get 3 KP on the board before their early exit in our final match. I mean, this was at least this was a way to close it out. We said that this could potentially be incredibly close if ESA didn't have a very strong game and some of the teams right under them did, and that's exactly what happened. So this is fantastic.
Let's take a look at what Complexity was able to do. I'm so curious to see Monsoon out here. It's not the 2K, but it's the impact at the end that matters. Those 4 kills right here with over 1,000 damage, 2 going in favor to Muffins. I shining out here, trying to cover both Muffins and Monsoon with those 2 kills, 700 damage. But Complexity coming in at the end is a beautiful sight, because I believe before that game, they were overall in 8th place, kind of struggling a little bit. Their best placement was 3rd place before then, where Monsoon was still popping off before. So now bringing that into that final game, could solidify Complexity, give them the points that they need to be potentially in the top 5.
I mean, I wish that we could have heard Monsoon's comms in those final moments, because the insanity that was all of the decisions that had to kind of come together there to make that happen, right? I mean, we had to watch Casuals give up their spot and the rotations that had to happen in order for Complexity to then take it and be in a little bit better position, and then they were down 2 players and it was all on Monsoon's shoulders, and he was just running around with the shotgun to try and clean up any KP he could. I mean, I gotta Fallout, come back in, talk about this here with us, because that was a fantastic way to end the day.
Absolutely nutty what Monsoon was able to pull off right there. Able to survive the movement, the PK shots, and the quick flick of the wrist to close that one out. Vicky, I heard you losing your mind. Glitter, I heard you guys going crazy. It was certainly fun to watch and a fun way to end. And that's a great stamp if you're Complexity to end this series. And let's take a look at the match 6 highlights. It really wasn't until late game that Complexity woke up, Glitter.
I mean, and you know, we have seen that happen before, but I'm just glad that we saw Complexity starting to step it up, because they were kind of middling in the pack, and we know that they are capable of greatness. So this end game for Complexity, it was like they did everything right. And Vicky, we were scared because when we saw them in that trailer, we're like, oh, this is a bad spot.
Yeah, I was really scared, because usually that Nox grenade is enough to just filter everybody out of those trucks. But Complexity, the moment Casuals moved away from that high ground spot, I already knew. Complexity looked at that opportunity and said, oh, this is a beautiful Christmas sight. Thank you so much. Now they were able to not only just go right through Casual 6, but they were also able to rotate through this. But this right here from Monsoon, going in for this 2v1 was insane here. Those PK shots was beautiful. And the movement from Monsoon, I mean, I don't expect anything less. It's Monsoon. At the end of the day, Monsoon was also able to kill so many of these players in the lobby throughout the day. I believe before that it was like 8 kills, so we can only imagine what that KP is going to look like for Complexity after winning Game 6.
Wait, Vic, yeah, all great analysis, but I have to clarify real quick. Did you just say schmovement? Was that intentional?
Schmovement. It's the
smooth movement?
The smooth, exactly. Thank you, Glitter. Thank you,
next
Glitter.
level.
Yes.
That's that Southern Florida vibe that we get from Vicky. You know what I'm saying? A little bit of the culture. You know, cultura. I don't know if that's how you say culture in Spanish, but we're going to roll with it. Is it? All right, fantastic. Hey, appreciate the spice you bring to the broadcast, my friend. But hey, what a day it was, that's for sure. I'm obviously excited to jump into the overall standings, but before we do that, let's take a look at the drop spots for the day in World's Edge and kind of talk through what that meant. Obviously, much different than Storm Point Glitter. We didn't see necessarily those same 50-50s.
No, we didn't. And, you know, we did see a hint of it. If we look over in that Lava Siphon area, we saw Sentinels actually able to bully off both BBG and E8 in the early stages of our World's Edge games, which I was honestly, I was very happy about, because we didn't get to see the Sentinels that we typically get to see.
Yep, that's a great point. Obviously, Sentinels, a quieter day despite kind of bullying and really owning the Lava Siphon drop spot, which is kind of their home ever since the Sorting Factory days. Not able to get a whole lot going here on World's Edge. You know, Vicky, meanwhile, we did see ESA continue their consistency, and again, despite a really strong finish from 100 Thieves right there, a big performance from Complexity, I gotta think that ESA is going to still inch this one out. We, of course, will have the overall leaderboards ready for you in a moment so we can reveal the winner of the day, and it's going to be Esports Arena. Back-to-back first-place finishes. That is 25 Pro League points awarded 2 times in a row to Esports Arena. That's going to put them at 50 overall. An absolutely insane performance. Just to put it in perspective, TSM, well, they have 42 points overall. And, of course, they are on top right now. Won't be for long. ESA will be sitting with 50 points, TSM with 42. G2 will be in third, tied with NRG with 37, unless, of course, 100 Thieves or one of these other teams take that slot. But in second place right behind him is 100 Thieves. Cloud9 in the top 3 finish really strong showing from them, but 100 Thieves is able to perform in that last game. And then you have Casuals, a team that came out of nowhere. A1's former teammate of Mental and Explosive, pro players from Gears that transitioned to Apex and made their way over to Halo. Now it's good to see A1 still competing now with Casual FPS and Ziffer. They get 4th place overall and not so casual anymore, Vicky.
Yeah, I love seeing this look from Unlucky and Casuals. Both these teams perform so well. Very unexpected, but also expecting to see more of these Challenger Circuit teams make waves. We kind of saw a little bit of that in day number 2, but to highlight 100 Thieves performing as consistent as they have been, still in second place, but 62 points right behind ESA is nothing to scoff at.
That's right. Let me take a look at the second page here. Built by Gamers, Sentinels both drop into the second page. Furia, boosts up 4 places, but still not that top 10 or top 8 performance they would have liked to see. But again, really disappointing day here for Sentinels, Furia. Built by Gamers, some squads that obviously have higher expectations for themselves. But of course, that's this Pro League. It's obviously a marathon, not a sprint. We still got 4 more weeks or 4 more days for competition for them. This is only day number 2 for them, day 4 overall in the Pro League. So a lot of Apex left to be played, Glitter.
Yeah, and that's why the beginning half of any split is always so fun, because I feel like we get a little bit more of those risky early fights, especially now that we have Stormpoint in the mix, and that's always fun. And teams are not as stressed by the overall rankings, so we see a lot of aggression that actually has been paying off for these teams, specifically Esports Arena, like you were saying, Fala, 50 points, now putting them in that first place overall position above TSM.
Gosh, I mean, ESA has now done it over NRG last week. Now this time over the likes of 100 Thieves, Cloud9, Team Liquid Complexity, Torrent, and others. They got one more group left to play, Vicky, and it's TSM's Group A, I believe. That'll be interesting in our next week clash between ESA's Group C, I think, versus TSM's Group A. Battle of 1 versus 2, but 100 Thieves in the top 3. This new roster showing that they are a top 3 team right now over the likes of NRG, G2, CLG, Cloud9, Team Liquid, Complexity. I mean, this 100 Thieves squad came to play, Vicky.
Yeah, I mean, we had seen it in day 1 where Omni was popping off the Hemlock God. He just did it again, this time with the Wingman, and then Vaxton being that added player for 100 Thieves to really put in that consistency for them. I love to see it, but I would also love to see how ESA is going to contest with the likes of TSM, because that's definitely something I want to be sitting in the front row seat for.
Insane. And then awesome to see the Casuals sneak into 12th place. They are just 2 placements away. I want to stand corrected. A1's obviously not on that roster. Takuma Wraiths got subbed in for A1's. They're just 2 placements away. I mean, they're ahead of Sentinels. Here we go. A Challenger Circuit team coming through Challenger Circuit in Split 1, proving that this format, this open bracket, where anyone can play this kind of amateur to pro story is certainly alive, with the Casuals having an opportunity to knock on the door of a top 10 finish. And keep in mind, the reason top 10 was all in green is because top 10 teams, as a result of Split 2 Pro League, after our 6 match days total, will qualify for the Split 2 playoffs. So that top 10 is crucial for this region and the overall grand scheme of things, and it really says a lot that Casuals is right there, Glitter.
Yeah, honestly, I love that this entire split has been giving us an opportunity to highlight teams that we weren't able to talk about as much in the split, or teams that are literally new to this split entirely, because it shows how much talent, how deep the talent pool really is for competitive Apex. And from those overall standings, obviously, guys, the teams that are in red are the ones that are in danger of getting knocked out and opening up those doors for the teams to continue filtering their way up the ranks, over the entirety of all of competitive Apex. And it's proving that it is spicing things up, to say the least.
Absolutely. We've talked a lot about the team dynamics, which teams have been performing, but it's that part of the show where we get to talk about some standout and breakout players. I'm interested to kind of kick off the discussion here. Your thoughts on who the standout players were. Let's jump right into it. Glitter, starting with you and your eyes. Who's your kind of MVP of the day, if you will? Who do you think performed?
I mean, I think we had a lot of standout performances today, but for me, I really wanted to take the chance to highlight Akuma Wraths, okay? Because we've been talking about Casuals all day, and they are a team that absolutely deserves some love after the performances that we saw, and specifically Akuma with the highest amount of kills for that team has just been a stellar example of exactly what I was just talking about, how we could get these squads that come in from the challenger circuit and show why they not only made it here, but then why they deserve to stay here. And the fact that you have your Gibby doing all of this work is just crazy. I mean, Akuma deserves a lot of love right now. And for me, the performance that we saw from the first weekend now to this for casuals is just showing such an improvement that I'm excited to see what they can do continuing on with the rest of our days.
I love that. Highlighting some maybe lesser-known players that certainly did perform today. Shout out to Akuma Ras, Mexican player, the only Mexican player on this mostly American squad showing up for his country. That's for sure. Meanwhile, Vicky, who you got?
Well, you know, they're not very unknown, actually. They're just new to the team, and it's going to be Noct from ESA. Noct being integrated into this roster with Dupe and Skittlecase. You could see how that's been paying off so well for this team. In my opinion, I feel like one of the hottest teams to look into Apex starting off in the second split. A lot of eyes were on this team after Volhos moved over into TSM. But nonetheless, with their roster swap up in the last season, you could see how ESA has been able to keep up this dominance. I mean, today alone, I believe Noct had closed things up with 18 kills, and you could see how he's been able to follow up with both Dupe and Skittlecake's amazing way.
Yeah, talk about a way to start the Pro League day. Noct clutches a 1v1 against, I believe it was Crust of Sentinels, and of course, basically guaranteed their spot, proved their dominance for the Mill, which set the stage for them in games 2 and 3, which they were able to win actually game number 2, I believe. So Noct, ridiculous performance from the controller player, and really all started that 1v1 to kick things off. I gotta agree, he really showed up. And of course, I'm interested to see the overall stats. We do have the overall kind of kills leaderboard to see who performed in the stats category, and there you have it. I think you both called it really well. Noct as the player of the day with 18 kills. Your Apex Predator leading the way. Duplex's teammate right behind, but Akuma Ras right behind with in third place with 12 kills, tied with Zach Mazer and Stay Naughty. So must mean the world for Akuma to be next to some marquee players in Apex Legends. Noct, Duplex, Zach Mazer, Stay Naughty, Vaxlon, Monsoon, all former champions. And then there's Akuma Ras, perhaps a future champion of an ALGS Pro League day, at least our competition. The future is certainly bright for this young star. I'm excited to see Akuma Ras continue to perform in the Pro League and making a name for himself right now as part of the casuals. Ain't very casual anymore, Vicky.
Yeah, actually, it's actually really interesting to see players that aren't very known just coming out of the challenger circuit and just start making waves. You can only imagine how that's going to also build up their momentum going forward within the rest of the Pro League.
Yeah, and I believe Akuma Ras is actually the substitute for this roster. That's the craziest part. I mean, talking about when your name is called, answering to the call of duty, Awans is indeed the main third of the casuals. And Awans is a player that was actually a top challenger circuit player in Split 1, playing alongside Mental and Explosive, as I mentioned. They were a top 3 team, joins this casuals roster that qualified through, but for whatever reason, Akuma Ras substituting in and filling that role so incredibly well. Something tells me he might no longer be the substitute after this week with his performance. So again, great to highlight some, really tell of two tales, some well-known players in Noct, formerly Cloud9, of course now playing for ESA, and maybe our new talent, our Rising Star Award potentially in the favor of Akuma Ras. Good to get your perspective, Glitter and Vicky. And what a day it has been so far. We will have a live interview. I'm not sure exactly who the interview will be with. A little surprise for all of us. We'll give you all that intel as soon as we do have it. But I believe Onset will be joined live with an interview from one of our winning teams or performing teams today. So it'll be good to get the player perspective and player POV. But again, in case you missed it, Esports Arena, back-to-back first place finishes, 25 points per day. Insane showing from ESA so far. They're, of course, backed up by TSM and 100 Thieves, tied for second/third. So, again, really interesting things after 4 days of Pro League. Guess what? We still got 2 more days. This is a 4-day sprint every single day. 4 days in a row, we get some competitive Apex Pro League action. Did just get word that the interview is ready and live. This time, we, of course, have to keep it rolling with the champions themselves. Sitting on top of the throne right now, it's Duplex from ESA. Let's throw it over to Onset.
Thank you very much, John. And it is the man who I'm getting very comfortable interviewing because he seems to be appearing on our screens more and more often. Duplex, congratulations again on another fantastic day of action. I want to start off with a question today. Back-to-back Pro League wins. You know, you dominant set records last time you were on the screens. How does today's performance compare to last time we saw you and we had you on the interview?
Well, we made a few mistakes in a couple of our games. But even though we make those few mistakes, just goes to show, even if we're making mistakes, we're still on top.
Absolutely love that confidence coming out of you. And speaking of confidence, my next question goes back to the first game of the day. And I know that this contest has been going down at the mill for quite some time with you and Sentinels. It's been back and forth. Now, dropping in, how important was it for you to win that initial battle? And off the back of that, actually have Sentinels move away and not contest you in that second game?
Well, it goes to show, you know, like, we're pretty confident in our team fighting, you know. We lost Skittles in the beginning, but we got more loot, and we were confident in the 2v3, and it goes to show we push 2v3s, and we're confident in our ability to win the fights while they run away from 3v3s. That's it.
Amazing stuff. All right, I like that confidence coming out of you. I'm liking this confidence from you today, Duplex, by the way. I'm feeling it come through the interview. Coming out of today's game, what pleased you most about the way that your team performed? Because, like I said, last time was record-breaking. Today was another 25 points. So what were you most pleased with?
The most I was pleased about is, you know, like I said earlier, we made mistakes, cost us, you know, a bunch of points. And like I said, even if we make mistakes, we're still getting first places. So that's about it, you know.
My final question for you today is there anything in your game that you think coming out today that needs improving? You said you made some mistakes, but you're still coming out with first place. What do you think as a team maybe you're going to be working on for the next time we see you?
Just, you know, smarter rotates, you know, playing us more slower. That's about it, you know. I will figure out more as I watch some film tonight, and, you know, we'll go over those mistakes and iron out the rest of our strats, you know, to keep the first place in Pro League.
Amazing stuff. Well, I love the fact that you're going back and getting back into the work almost immediately. Finally, any shout-outs that you want to give to the fans at home?
Shout out my teammates Skittles and Noct. Seems he got his justice.
Amazing stuff. Amazing stuff. Duplex, hopefully I get to interview you again very soon, mate. 25 points today. 25 points last time you were here. 50 points overall. First place in Pro League. ESA looking strong. It's back to you, John.
Thanks so much, Onside. We're sitting here cracking up, Glitter Vicky and I. This man has nothing but confidence, shouting out and calling out justice for Noct. Indeed, he did get his justice. He's currently on the #1 team in the North American Pro League. Well above Cloud9, by the way, Vicky.
Yeah, it's great to see that rivalry too, and the confidence beaming from Dupe. I mean, he knows that his team, they're just built different, and they're gonna continue to display that. Even though those slight mistakes that he noted cost him some of those games, they're still sitting in first place for a reason.
That's right. And good job and congrats to ESA again for a back-to-back first-place finish. Again, I'm excited for that TSM matchup they're going to have in their next Pro League day, which I think is going to be either tomorrow or Sunday. So should be a ton of fun this weekend, that is for sure. We started the day with some talent predictions. We're going to end with some talent predictions, and this time I'm not going to be smiling like I was last time. Decided to kind of go against the grain a little bit here and took a little bit of an L on my end picking Sentinels. That was before I realized they'd be 50-50 and actually fighting in Mill, by the way. Once I realized that, quickly changed that prediction there. But kudos to y'all. Vicky, Gaskin, you go with the very, very safe at this point pick with ESA. I say Glitter, you're my MVP in my eyes, you know, given the fact that you called 100 Thieves and no one else did. So kudos to you as well.
Thank you, Paul. I feel good about that.
Yeah, Glitter was right there. But party till I die. Party till I die. Gaskin, he knew right there. I had to do it. But you know, ESA still continuing on their dominance. But 100 Thieves has been putting in so much work. I'm so excited to see what that squad continues to do going on with the Pro League.
Yeah, and you know, it kills me to give Onset credit at anything as it relates to predictions, but gotta give credit where it's due. He picked the number 3 teams. He all clean sweep with the top 3 teams. Onset finally gets it right with the Cloud9 pick this time around. Not jokes aside, with Onset, a.k.a. the master of curses, all things curses in competitive Apex. He picked Cloud9, and they, of course, get third place, a really strong performance from C9, from 100 Thieves, and, of course, from ESA, our champion team for the day. And, of course, we're going to wrap up here. We have more Apex Legends tomorrow. I'll be casting. And, of course, we have gameplay on Sunday as well. Before we wrap up, Of course, you'll see it at the bottom there. Tomorrow, make sure to set your alarms, 2 o'clock Pacific time for those that are watching. Set your alarm clock, set your calendars for tomorrow. We'll see you again. Before we wrap up, Vicky, Glitter, any final words?
Honestly, just being able to see how the competition feels a lot closer going into today, it makes me feel very interested to see if any composition swaps are going to help out some of these teams. We saw Watson for like 1-2 games coming out, maybe taking some of that APEC influence, or if we're going to see more cryptos in the future. I'm very curious, but I like what I'm seeing so far.
Ooh, no, I agree. I definitely agree with all of that, Vicky, as well as now that I think ESA has really established themselves at the top of the leaderboard, what I'm looking for is all of those other top teams that aren't going to stand for that. Not just TSM, but I want to see what NRG does after what we saw them do last play day when we got to watch them play. I want to see what 100 Thieves does because they are literally tied with TSM in the overall leaderboard right now. I want to see who's going to be willing to knock ESA off of that pedestal.
Can't wait to find out. And it's so interesting the way that ESA does. One final kind of point of analysis, if you will. The way that ESA does it, I mean, they are a self-proclaimed and truly are a hard-edged team, playing for kills, finding kills when they can, but they always seem to be in the best position in the late game. It's so intriguing as to how they've managed to pull that off. It says a lot about the fact that they do VOD reviews, film reviews, and maybe they just outsmart and outplay their opponents. And, you know, it's obviously easier said than done and tough. It can be tough to do against TSM, who early rotates and prides themselves in positioning as well. That matchup will be on Sunday, I believe. We'll have A versus C. Tomorrow is groups B versus D, so we'll have the likes of NRG going up against the likes of Sentinels, Torrent, Complexity, and others. That'll be tomorrow's broadcast. That's going to be it. I'm Fallout, joined alongside Glitter Explosion, Vicky Kitty, on behalf of ourselves, of course, our other casters, Onset and Gask, and our entire production team, PGL team, joining us for a very, very late night over there in Romania. Thanks so much to them and the entire EA team that put this together. Thanks so much for watching, everybody. Much love to the entire Apex community. We'll catch you tomorrow for the next ALGS Pro League broadcast. See you then.